I'm so nervous. Three o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Welcome aboard the Postgame Show. Jay Phillips inside the Herndon Chevy Studios, downtown Columbia. Elijah Campbell on the scene in Cleveland ahead of tonight's women's Final Four. Number 1, South Carolina taking on 3-seed NC State, followed by a number 1 versus 3 matchup as Iowa takes on Connecticut. The winners, of course, will advance to Sunday's championship game. Elijah is finally all settled in. We will let you know. We're going to have it may not make a book, but I think we've got I think it's at least a quality magazine article length story of your trials and tribulations throughout the week to finally make it to the arena.
Yeah, it was a saga. I mean, if we're talking about like it being a television, if we're trying to relate it to TV, this isn't, maybe like an entire series. It's a mini series. It was definitely a mini series. This entire trip has been a mini series, whether it be flight delays, cancellations, working with, or my displeasantries of working with hotwire.com. I mean, obviously can't get into it all right now because we don't have enough time in the segment. I will blow through the stop. I'll completely blow through the stop if we ever did. But yeah, it would make a very interesting long-form variety article, maybe. Sure. Insert fun long-form journalism stuff here, but it was no shortage of drama, and there's going to be more drama in this building that I'm sitting in right now. So just when we thought I had enough of it, that's not the case.
Well, let's hope there's no more, or that if at least it's like good drama. But we'll get into some of those
entertaining
things.
Drama,
yeah,
yes.
we'll get into a lot of that for you throughout the course of the afternoon. Our good friend David Cloninger is also in Cleveland, just like Elijah is, and DC is going to join us top of the 4 o'clock hour, so about an hour from now. And I think David at least had a little bit of time to step away from basketball after covering so many different media availabilities for the Gamecocks and the other 3 participating teams. So we'll talk with DC about his day in Cleveland. And Cleveland's getting ready to be super busy, if it's not already, because of the eclipse. Did you? I don't know. I think you were probably far enough away. You didn't feel the Northeast earthquake today?
I did see. I think I am far enough away. I did not feel it. I actually didn't know that it happened until I saw it on Twitter. It was a pretty decent earthquake. It didn't reach its way here. At least if it did, I didn't notice it. And me being that oblivious would not be news. But I couldn't feel it here. But that was some pretty big news.
Apparently there was a couple of live news shows that were on while it happened, and like, is this an earthquake and that kind of thing? And a 4.8, that's pretty good. I mean, these ones that we had around Columbia recently, I think we were mostly in like the 2s. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Richter scale is somewhat exponential. So I imagine a 4.8 is decent, but I think it's once you get into the 6 and beyond that you start to have to get a little nervous about what's happening to you. But
those are the California quakes.
Yeah, those are the big boys. We don't have those on the East Coast. Stuart Lake is going to join us later today as well. The Gamecock baseball color analyst. Carolina and A&M doing battle this weekend. South Carolina, feels a little shaky right now. They've lost 3 of their last 4, including a midweek shutout at the hands of Georgia Southern. The Bats need to get going again this weekend, and all you're having to do is go try to do it against the number 3 team in the country. A&M is coming in playing very good ball. They are 6-3 to Carolina's 5-4 in conference play. But they've got some strong arms, good numbers from pitching. They can hit the ball. South Carolina right now feels like it's a pitching staff that's I'm going to say my words here in a little bit of flux. Right now, Mark Kingston and Matt Williams have decided they'll certainly keep Eli Jones as the number 1. Tyler Pitzer will move to the Saturday start, the number 2 weekend start. He'll get that tomorrow afternoon. And Sunday at this point is to be determined. They've not seen enough from SQ. Could be Becker, could be Good. There's a lot of guys that have an opportunity to start. It may be the classic Johnny Holstaff on Sunday. Who knows? As Derek mentioned to you and me, Elijah, they've probably at least discussed the role of an opener, which has become
I love a good opener.
It's come a little more. I don't want to say prevalent, but it's a little more common even in the major leagues. You know,
Yep.
certainly the Tampa Bay Rays were good about using openers for a couple of the spots in their rotation in recent years, and it's worked well for them. May Carolina do something like that? We don't know. And then look, if you start somebody and he's going well, you leave him in there. So we'll talk to Stewart about all those things. But yeah, it's not a must-win series. Don't get swept. Obviously, is always the rule going in, Elijah. But I called it a pivotal series, and with where it falls in the calendar as you play games 10, 11, and 12. Things start to shake out a little bit here in terms of who wins this series and where they are in the conference pecking order.
Yeah, and look, Tyler made a really good point. I believe it was yesterday where he's talking about like, yeah, it's not a must win. You're not at must win levels of the season yet, but I mean, look, we've seen the home field advantage that teams in the SEC have on the diamond this year, and how hard it's been to win road games. And if that trend continues throughout the year, you only have a small amount of series that are very, very winnable, just because this is such a loaded conference, and traveling in this league has been really hard to do. And if you lose a series at home, that puts you behind the 8 ball, and that's where you don't want to be right now. You kind of want to be ahead of it. If you hold serve at home when you steal a series or two on the road, you're going to be in really good shape by the time you've reached the end of the season. This Texas A&M team is loaded. They have multiple midseason D1 baseball All-Americans. They have a really good roster. There's not a lot of weak spots that I've been able to notice. So, yeah, I mean, like dropping 2 of 3 seems possible, and it certainly wouldn't be like shocking. But I mean, this is when I think you have a good opportunity to steal just because you have it at home, and you got to be able to at least take advantage of one of these home series against your Arkansas or your Texas A&Ms, because again. The Hogs are coming to town pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll be here in a couple of weeks, and that is going to be a big one. I have seen a few Gamecock fans sort of asking why couldn't there be a schedule change tonight because of the women's basketball game, and that's much easier said than done when these things are planned out. Both teams need to know when they're going to play. You do it for a lot of reasons, and it's not as easy as just saying, hey, move the start time an hour or play a day game or something like that. Look, you didn't know what time the Carolina women were going to play until Sunday. And this game has been scheduled for 7 o'clock for a long time. There are ways to do it, but again, much easier said than done. I do not know how much, if at all, that was explored, in terms of Coach Kingston and Coach Schlossnagel, Ray Tanner, the SEC office. You'd have to work with the people that are, going to broadcast this. There's too many moving parts. So, I know a lot of people will be out there. There'll be updates. So I am curious as to what tonight's crowd at Founders Park looks like, because this is a huge game, and I know Carolina and Coach Kingston and the boys are going to want as big a crowd as possible to support them. But I also know that a lot of Gamecock fans may want to be either at home or at their favorite establishment watching tonight's game. So it'll be interesting to see. But they couldn't do it. It's basically. It's locked in as a 7 o'clock game unless there are just such extenuating circumstances it needs to be moved. And those are typically, those are weather related, Elijah, is typically how that works. And it's, not going to lie to you, it is an absolutely beautiful day in Columbia, South Carolina. So baseball will be played tonight at 7, and the Gamecock women will tip around 7:15-ish. 6:30 is our airtime in Columbia on 107.5. 7 o'clock is the national TV time. And again, the last time they had a 7 o'clock game, the Iowa LSU game, they ended up tipping around 7:20. So we'll see how long El Duncan and the studio crew go before they tell the refs to tip it off. But if you want to speed them along tonight, Elijah, that'll be fine.
I mean, basically where I'll be sitting, I might not be able to have that pool, but I might yell loud enough where they hear me. That's the thing, that we can maybe limit the filibustering. But you forget the Final Four. You get the start time of the game, and they do the elaborate starting lineups. They do the hype videos, and they do what I like. Here's one thing. One of the reasons, and it's one of the reasons I guess I'm cool with it starting a little after the intended start time, is they do for the Final Four, the thing that I think is very underrated. That's doing the alternating starting lineups.
Yes.
Where you announce one player from one team, then one from the other. That's awesome. Yes. I like that. Especially for doing them like around the same position or whatever. I like that.
And they go to midcourt and they shake hands. I like that. if they actually feel like shaking hands.
Exactly, or a fist bump, or something like that. But, yeah,
by the way,
I love when they do that. I think that's a cool practice.
I learned this today. Speaking of the nightcap in Cleveland tonight, so I knew that Caitlin Clark was a highly touted high school player from Iowa, and I think she was originally going to go to Notre Dame. But I did not know until today in reading something about her and her history with Connecticut, because they did meet in the tournament, I guess 3 seasons ago.
Yeah,
Gino Auriemma
championship. Yeah.
Gino Auriemma did not recruit Caitlin Clark, and Caitlin Clark hasn't necessarily forgotten that. And I found it interesting that he didn't maybe even send her like a note. I from what I understand, there was really never any contact between Gino and Caitlin.
That tells you what they thought of her. They thought they'd be fine without her. And obviously, no one saw this coming, right? So, I mean, like, I will dog on Gino Auriemma because it's fun to do for me. If I have a reason to do so, I will do so. And it's fun in hindsight to be like, haha, buddy, you whiffed on what ends up being like one of the more transformative players of the history of the sport. Haha, joke's on you. But no one saw this coming. Absolutely nobody saw this type deal coming.
Am I right in saying that Paige Beckers was in the same recruiting class?
Yep, you would be 100% correct.
So there you go.
And like, obviously, getting Paige Beckers, you still win, right? And Paige Beckers, and Molly Karam makes a good point. She's obviously a UConn gal. I was watching First Take, this morning for the first time in a long time, but she mentioned, Paige Beckers would have this same type, or at least close to it in terms of a following. If she never got hurt, she missed like a year and a half of her career, man.
Right.
That's tough to bounce back from, and she's done it, and she's still, she's putting up some incredible numbers here in this tournament.
And she's going back to UConn next season, so she'll have her chance to re-up her star just a little bit. Of course, the men's Final Four is this weekend as well. Again, NC State, Purdue tomorrow night, UConn and Alabama. I got chalk here, right? I got chalk playing for the title Monday night.
Yep, I think that is a very safe bet. A very safe bet. I definitely look, the NC State men's story is awesome, and everyone loves DJ Burns. I love watching DJ Burns. You love the big man that moves like a ballerina. But the run's going to end. Purdue is one of the best offenses that's in the sport right now. UConn is the best offense that's in the sport right now. Like, there's a lot to like about UConn and Purdue, and I think we've been on a collision course all season long. It kind of feels like for these two teams, and in the NCAA tournament, men and women, sometimes it doesn't always turn out that way. But I think we're in a collision course for Huskies and Boilers on Monday. There's a good chance neither game is close.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate.
This is what I say we, the collective basketball fan community, wants from this tournament. We want first and second round upsets, but we want enough of the Goliath to make it through, and then we want big boys playing for championships, right? I mean, it was cool that San Diego State played for last year's title, but that didn't make it as interesting as if it were, UCLA.
Exactly. Or somebody who, was competing all season long. That was, maybe in the AP top 10 all year long. Or somebody that, throughout the season, you said, okay, this team has a chance to win it all. But it definitely, if we get UConn Purdue on the men's side, that's going to feel like just an absolute Goliath versus Goliath type deal. And, that could be the game of the year. And it's one thing, listening to Ion College basketball a lot this year between Gary Parrish and Matt Norwinder, they've had some fun UConn-Purdue debates this year. And now, what's the best way to settle that, Jay? It's by putting them on the floor.
Yeah, go play.
And that'd be really fun to have.
Go play.
Fun to watch.
Real quick, basketball note, too. Chris Beard is going to remain at Mississippi. There was a lot of speculation that he could be headed to Arkansas. Certainly was probably on Hunter Yurachek, the AD at Arkansas's short list. But it was announced earlier today that Chris Beard will be remaining in Oxford as head coach of Ole Miss. We'll come back on the other side. More from Elijah in Cleveland. We'll get some sound from Coach Dawn Staley. Got some Gamecock football to get to as well. 3 assistant coaches speaking as spring practice has hit the halfway point. There's a scrimmage tomorrow. We'll touch on all those things for you. David Cloninger joins us from Cleveland as well ahead of tonight's Final Four. It's the Friday postgame show.
Hey, bud, can you hear me? You got me, buddy? Say again. All right. Do you want to do traffic at 4, or do you want me to get Jay to do it? Not a problem. I was thinking of doing the same thing. Yeah, hey, not a problem. I'm just trying to get everything lined up. Let's see, 5:15 is Underdog Fantasy, by the way. All right, buddy. No, you're the man. It's not a rumor anymore.
No, I mean it's the same. You want to win. I mean your competitive juices are flowing. You are. I mean you can see the finish line. You can see it. You can see it. For us, we can see it, and it's not disrespecting the process or not disrespecting our opponent. But once you get here, they can see it. NC State can see it. UConn can see it. Iowa can see the end of the finish line. there's 1 and a possible games left for all of us, and I want to win. Flat out, I want to win.
Dawn Staley on what it's like to come into this event, the Final Four, as the favorite. Well, hey, everybody can see what's there. Elijah Campbell is on hand in Cleveland. Jay Phillips here in Columbia. Ed Bird at Master Control. What is the mood up there? Not so much from the Gamecocks themselves when you've been around them, but just I mean, this is a national event where folks from everywhere converge, be they interested directly in one of these teams or just covering the event itself. But one of the things I've seen is Bree Hall saying, yeah, we're kind of aware that of the 4 schools that are here, maybe we're getting the least amount of attention. NC State has an upset story to tell. Iowa, and UConn have star power and name recognition, and certainly people know, Elijah, that Carolina is very good, but like Dawn said last week, kind of joking, maybe Carolina's flying under the radar. Are they once you're up there and around it?
Yeah, I think they are. I think they kind of feel that I got, and that's an analogy that I used with Bill on the morning show, was that, tonight feels like Iowa UConn is this big headliner, right? The Paige Beckers versus Caitlin Clark matchup is the big headliner. What South Carolina is the really attractive opener. Right. But they're the attraction, right? I mean, a lot of people have kind of penciled in South Carolina into the championship game. And, whether right or wrong, it's because they are a heavy favorite. They're an 11.5-point favorite when you look at the Vegas line, at least the last one that I looked at. So the feeling is that there's the first game is a ceremonial playing to get South Carolina into the title game. And then the big buzz, a lot of that is having to do with what UConn and Iowa's going to be tonight. I mean, it's very anticipatory. I guess the feeling here in this building is there's a whole lot of buzz, to use that buzzword. But yeah, that's kind of the feel. I know this first game hasn't gotten the love the other one has in terms of the promotion, but I still think it's going to be pretty good. I would even feel good about NC State keeping this within single digits for a large chunk of it.
Oh, I think with the way they played against Texas and the way they were playing both inside and out, I think there's a lot of reasons to like it. Plus, there's a roadmap from Tennessee, LSU, Indiana, and Oregon State on what you can do to at least frustrate South Carolina. So there's that part of it too. I want to play a little bit longer cut for you guys here. This is from Coach Dawn Staley on, again, this team. And of course, Dawn has won the Naismith and AP Coach of the Year awards. We've talked at length throughout the year of how this team transitioned from the power basketball that Dawn liked to play, with the inside game, to still relying on that, but now transitioning into the perimeter too. And she gave a nice long answer here about the evolution of this team through the course of what's still an undefeated season.
From day one, we're just more disciplined. We're just a more focused group, and just the chemistry that was formed organically. I think I wouldn't say they were miserable, and misery loves company, but it was more than the majority was out of shape. So when you're out of shape, if you're looking to your left or your right and the other person's out of shape, you just basically hold hands and try to get in shape. But they've created a bond that happened just on, it wasn't forced by the coaching staff. Obviously, we like to be a lot more disciplined, and we like to adhere to the standards that we've had throughout the years that we've been successful, and we found success in that correlation. And then this team pretty much blows up all of that, like in one summer. And then they figure out a way to work together. I think a lot of that had to do with our performance coach, Molly Bonetti, because she had the tall task, the very tall task. She said this was probably the most out of shape, like really not very competitive team that she's ever had to work with. And I think part of that is just we were so young. Like when you're having, multiple players from high school that They're used to working on their time. They're the biggest fish in a small pond in their high school, and they can run the roost. You bring those habits into our setting, and you don't think things are important. Like breakfast is important to us, so you got to get up and come to breakfast. Someone would miss breakfast. Someone would just miss meetings. Like some of them just didn't respond to text messages. Like, where did they do that? And then, you have to insert yourself as a coach and a coaching staff to say that's not how we do things. But you can't expect that from the jump because they haven't been that way. So we have to create the habits. They created really good habits, and they started holding each other accountable for their actions both on and off the court because, when one person acts out, we pretty much use it as a team learning lesson. So pretty cool evolution of how this team has created an identity that helps them perform at a high level.
Coach Dawn Staley, again, a nice little insight there, Elijah, on the I suppose in a lot of ways the between the ears makeup of this ball club. It's so hard to even have, say a 20-win season, 22-win season. Mm-hmm. You're undefeated in a strong conference. You play an amazing non-con schedule. You have been pushed in the regular season and in postseason play, and they've come through. But I found it interesting when I heard that clip earlier, that Molly thought it was the most out-of-shape, non-competitive team she's ever had to work with as a trainer. That says a lot. I don't think she's trying to take a dig necessarily. It's more of observing what, as a professional, you are working with. Yeah,
and I think also that's Dawn hit on pretty well as to why. Because a lot of these players that came in were either transfers or freshmen. You had a pretty big good freshman group coming in, and some players like Chloe, who maybe she's not a freshman, but it's her first year going to be playing serious minutes on this team. Ashlyn's first year getting serious minutes on this team. So with those new faces too, you have a lot of, there's an acclimation period. And Jay, did you ever have any high school teacher that would see something you did or somebody else did, a classmate, and say, you won't be able to get away with that in college?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You won't be able to get away with that in college. Sure. They tell you all the time. And you know what I would do whenever I was told that? I'd roll my eyes. Okay, whatever. What do you know? And then I get into college, and you know what I didn't get away with?
Yeah,
the stuff I got away with in high school, which is practically murder. Right. But, and then I learned some lessons the hard way. I think this summer some of those girls learned that lesson the hard way, that when you can get by on some of the natural talent stuff when you're in high school, when you are, the big fish in the small pond, you don't have to do a lot of the little things that result to winning at the collegiate level. Winning at the high school level and winning at the collegiate level are two completely different things. And sometimes you just got to get your rear kicked in the summer in a conditioning program like what Coach Molly would put them through to really learn exactly what it's going to take to get on the floor at this level. And I think that was a lesson that they're glad they learned in the summer and not having to learn, in January, February, and March.
We got plenty more coverage from Cleveland throughout the entire afternoon. We'll have more from Dawn Staley. We'll have a little bit as well from Coach Wes Moore, NC State's head coach. And we'll talk certainly about what's going on in the men's tournament out in Phoenix as well. But on the other side of the break, we'll switch gears towards Carolina football. Spring practice is about halfway through. First scrimmage of the spring sessions will be tomorrow at Williams-Brice. Let you hear from a couple of assistants, including Lonnie Teasley, Sterling Lucas, Travian Robertson, as Carolina practice continues. You are listening to the Friday postgame show.
I don't expect it, but if for some reason we disconnect, I'll send you a text and we'll start all over. You can send me another invite. It happened once, and it was a pain. We had to start all over. No, shortly after we started using it. But it's a pain. You can't just sit there and reconnect. You have to, close it out and start all over. Yeah, because it goes haywire. I tripped over some haywire once. It was either that or get run over by a bull. So.
We've been talking some Carolina women's basketball ahead of the Final Four. It's tonight. Gamecocks and NC State. Carolina a heavy favorite, while Iowa is a slighter favorite over Connecticut in tonight's nightcap. Winners will meet on Sunday for the championship in Cleveland. Our own Elijah Campbell is up there, having braved weather in Columbia, having braved not one but two room cancellations by an online provider. Which is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's why you got. Yeah. That's why. Let me tell you, man.
That's the worst one. That took the cake.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to really have like a sanity check in the last 24 hours where at least I learned exactly how short my fuse can be.
Well,
or what
that's
it takes
why
to get to that fuse shortening.
That's why we. That's why you should. Well, just from this point on, Forest Lake Travel handles all of it, right?
Well,
the plane,
everything.
the hotel. The Hertz, that's the HERTZ, not the HURTS, and whatever,
not Jalen Hurts.
Whatever else that you might need. But we do thank Forest Lake Travel, Columbia Craft, CHW Cabinetry, and Modern Exterminating for providing all of our content from Cleveland throughout the course of the weekend. Before we get to a couple of cuts from Gamecock football coaches, want to revisit our poll question. We threw it out yesterday. We won't spend as much time on it today. But as news of a proposed Super League of college football begins to spread, would you be in favor of its main tenets, which include promotion and relegation, salaried players, and collective bargaining? A, yes, it's time to change. B, no, it's too professional. Or C, I'm not sure yet. About 300 of you have voted. 52.6% say no. It is too professional. I will say as well, Mr. Campbell, while we spent a lot of time on this yesterday, really the bulk of what we discussed, and I say we because you were with us for a part of it, and Tyler was here with me for the rest of the afternoon while you were getting your plane at O'Hare. This Super League, as it has been proposed by this group, College Sports Tomorrow, is not going to happen. It's what facets of it, the Big Ten, the Southeastern Conference, and to a lesser extent the ACC and Big 12 attempt to pull from it and put under their umbrella. And the one reason I say that more than any other is the extension that everybody signed with ESPN. This was out there before that extension was signed with the CFP, and they went ahead and signed it. That tells me a lot in terms of we know that they want some change, but
right
in this form, this ain't happening.
No, it's not happening, and I think the biggest reason why that no conference commissioner would sign off on that is because it would mean abolishing their conference. It would mean it would mean the end of the leagues they represent, and that's the reason you'll never foresee anybody agreeing to do a quote unquote super league. But there are some things in that super league proponent or proposal that needs to happen. right? Ultimately, we're going to have to collectively bargain. We're
Yes.
going to have to start having some organization if we want to have any real rules put in place. And that's kind of what that whole thing ran on, right? Was that every school or the Super League as a whole can have a player union. But this is where, if I was in the room and I got to raise a hand like, hey, suggestion, we can still keep our conferences, but maybe if we have conference specific player unions, like conference specific collective bargaining, then maybe we can get a little closer to that. Because look, governing like collective bargaining is hard enough as is. Not every player that's in the NFLPA is excited with NFLPA leadership. Same for any other professional sport. But those are with player associations from players from 32 teams, right? If we had a super league like this, it'd be players from 70 or 80. And that's hard to organize right now for all of FBS. I mean, that's 130 plus schools.
Right.
That's it. It's going to be very hard to get things done that way, especially for the common good of the sport and for the athletes, the student athletes. But if you're able to make it conference specific, it's going to work about as efficiently as it can, because we're only working with at most 18 institutions or representatives from 18 institutions. I think there's a serious logistic concern to doing any type of collective bargaining or organizing of player unions when the group is 70 plus. It's going to be really hard to
I agree. And I think that's a good idea. In theory, I certainly agree, and I don't disagree with you what I'm getting ready to say. I wonder, and again, these are legal questions, but I wonder in an era right now of Wild Wild West, and the NCAA basically admitting that it is no longer going to enforce its transfer rules because it really knows it can't, and all they will do is be challenged in court. I wonder, let's just take the Southeastern Conference and the 16 schools that will be participating starting this summer when Oklahoma and Texas come in. Could they, in the next couple of years, to your point, come up with something that is amounts to collectively bargained, even if it's, how collective is it if you don't have a lot of player representation or somebody to represent them on their, and figure these things out? But could they, as I just look forward here, and this is very hypothetical, put in, when I say restrictions, what I mean is, all right, look, when you agree to sign with the Southeastern Conference school, be it as a high schooler or a transfer, you will agree to this set of bylaws, of rules, of regulations, in terms of you can't transfer again for a year, or, whatever it might be. There's a whole host of things that could be in there. And could that hold? And then, of course, when a kid leaves, then he's no longer adhering to that. Would other conferences do it? I'm not suggesting that they do that. I'm just saying, I'm wondering what the legalities are, or if this must be done on some type of federal level. I don't know. I don't know. I like the idea that the conferences could do it, and if they all mirrored one another, would that be easier? Because otherwise, again, if the NCAA keeps trying to write rules that are breaking antitrust law, none of this is going to matter. And might the same things apply to the conferences? I would say in the short term, yes.
Yeah, it would. And here's the thing: if they are able to kind of take it back to the point, to your point of if they are able to pull this off, and it is a conference specific player union or organization, collective bargaining, and you try to get them all to mirror each other, in theory, I think that works. That essentially is an NCAA one, right? If everyone's operating under the same rules, but therein kind of lies the problem that exists right now. You, for the longest time, don't like Eastern Michigan writing the rules for Michigan. But in this case, it would be the Sun Belt writing the rules for the SEC. Those two conferences have different needs. Not every conference has, the same needs. In the SEC, the softball team doesn't need to be funded by the football team playing somewhere, right? But in the Sun Belt, Coastal Carolina, their softball team or baseball team or whatever, non-revenue producing sport, men's badminton, or whatever, insert sport here that, has a lot of its budget paid to because the football team goes to Alabama in November and gets smacked by 50. But like their needs are just significantly different. And the same just goes for the conferences too. And while in theory that'd be awesome, you would see a lot of differentiation between how these conferences would have their student athletes collectively bargain, because those athletes are going to have significantly different needs too than the ones that exist in the SEC and Big Ten and insert Power 5 conference here.
Gamecock spring ball is continuing as well. And if you want to email us, or excuse me, if you want to respond on Twitter, that is, to I'm looking at an email right now when I say that.
Don't email me. Yeah, don't send me an email.
Yeah, don't send me an email. But if you would like to respond on Twitter to the poll question, at jphillips1075 is the way to do that. Let me get you a cut real quick from Travian Robertson. This is Travian yesterday being asked about what it's like working with Coach Clayton White.
You know, setting down and understanding. I mean, as far as the front, it's just knowing when he's going to call things and how he's going to call it. And like I said, my job is for just let him do his job, and I got to just make sure we're on the same page. So just going through a spring, actually, and I'm getting used to how he called things, and just knowing for me, my job is just to get the best guys no matter what he calls. So it's helping me settle down, and you know, just actually going through a spring and fall in a full year with Clayton. So last year, you know, I missed the spring and it came in the fall. So swimming a little bit, things was moving fast, but now that I'm, you know, one season under, things are starting to slow down, and I'm starting to understand how he works, and he's understanding how I work.
It's kind of fun to hear that, a former player at the SEC and NFL level coming back to the alma mater, coaching the position that he played, but hearing the game slow down again, Elijah, in a different kind of way. I think that's kind of cool. Do I have time? I tell you what, I don't have time for that one, Ed. I'll get to it on the other side. I got more from Travian coming up. Sterling Lucas, coaching up front, also spoke, as did Lonnie Teasley, coaching up front on the other side of the ball. We'll have all that for you. And David Cloninger coming up from Cleveland, too. You're listening to the Postgame Show.
Right now, we got a lot of, guys that got experience up front. And so it's helpful, having transfers coming in. You got some walk-ons, some freshmen. And so being able to have those guys out there to teach and help line them up and coach has been good. So just experience always helped the team. So having Tonka, Boogie, TJ, all those guys play a lot of football. And then you got Dylan coming in. You got a lot of young guys and, Jules and Kales, those guys are new. So just having both guys, on the field, helping those young guys out. So it's been good so far. It's been really good.
Coach Travian Robertson on experience in that defensive line room as spring ball is about halfway done, give or take. Carolina has a scrimmage tomorrow, closed to the media and public, but there will be availability afterwards. And Coach Beamer speaking again, I believe, on Tuesday. There is a nice blend. They got to get better up front on both sides, Elijah. I mean, that's a pretty common theme for a lot of football teams, but there was a very concerted effort. It's quite obvious from the head coach, his coordinators, to bring in talent to beef those things up. And nobody can anticipate the kind of injuries that hit the offensive line, but you can do something about why there were so many injuries, especially where there might have been similarities. And I know for certain that that's something that Shane and the staff, and especially the strength and conditioning staff, have looked at. But if you don't improve there, again, I don't care what football team you are. If you don't improve up front, relative to where Carolina was, it's going to be another long year.
Exactly. And there's some things that you can do, right, I guess, with strength and conditioning to try to avoid injuries. And maybe that helps, along the margins. But the big thing, I think, is going to be the experience too. You got deeper on the offensive line this year just by nature of having to play some guys who might not have been ready, but they now have a little bit of SEC football scar tissue, so to speak. They now have some calluses, some football calluses that they can lean on, and they're veterans now. Tree Babalade, Trovon Ball, they're veterans now. And on the defensive side of the ball, the line's going to be your strength because you have so many veterans. I know it was really easy to get caught up in the first couple of weeks of the portal happened in December, and you saw a lot of the names, a lot of Gamecocks jumping ship. But I think the story of your offseason isn't just who you gained in the portal, but who you retained from going into the portal. Tonka, Boogie, a lot of those guys on the line that are greatly experienced at the last two games of the year in the Kentucky and Clemson game. You could look at that defensive line and the run-stopping unit and the ability to get to the quarterback as the strength of your team in those final two games of the season. And the back end improved as well, dramatically from the Florida game to the very end. But a lot of that has to do with the experience they gained throughout the season. Now, can they carry that into this year, use this spring as a, no pun intended, springboard into, your August camp? Sure. I think they can. I think they will. And I think it's going to be one of the strengths of the team is what you have on the defensive line right now. And a lot of that is because you don't have to go through an acclimation period here in the spring. A lot of these guys, the experienced players on the line, already know what to do. They've already gone through this before. And as a unit, they've experienced a lot of things together as a unit. And I think that's one thing when you just look at this roster as a whole, you can look at that right there, that position group right there, and really pinpoint it as going to be one of your strengths.
Yeah. Ed, cut 21, please, on our list. You heard Travian mention Dylan. That's Dylan Stewart, the freshman from D.C. This is Coach Sterling Lucas talking about some of the new guys. He also has a quick mention in here of what the new D-Stew is all about.
Yeah, the dynamic is great. You mentioned, like I said, Kyle Kennard. We're encouraging him to, bring his experience, sharing that knowledge and that wisdom with some of the young guys, having played a lot of years at Georgia Tech. So really, really happy with that. And then Dylan, man, I mean, he's as advertised. Obviously the pace is, a little different for him in terms of, college football, which is expected. But we're really pleased where he is.
I know the original D-Stew played a different position, but if the new D-Stew can be as productive and then move on to have a long career at the next level, people will be very happy. But a lot of early buzz about Dylan Stewart up front. But I tell you, he mentioned Kennard. I'm anxious to see what that kid does. He was a good player at Georgia Tech, and I do think he provides a lot of experience. Again, quality depth. More good players, Elijah. More good players.
It will never do you harm. Getting more good players will never do you harm by any means.
Yeah, so between a fifth-year guy and a freshman and a lot of guys in between, but, again, the experience and leadership of Alex Huntley and others up front is going to be big. We'll get into some more football talk for you coming up in just a little bit. How many people have you noticed that are in the greater Cleveland area that are there just waiting for the eclipse on Monday?
I have a feeling that's why it was so hard to get a flight from Charlotte to Cleveland. And the reason I could not get a flight to Cleveland after my layover got canceled on what day would that have been? Wednesday.
Yeah.
Is because there are so many people there. And I did take a lift to the arena this morning, and my Lyft driver said that he's driven a lot of people around that are here for the eclipse. And he made a really good point. He goes, in a place where the weather is always unpredictable and mostly cloudy, it is a big gamble to travel a long way to Cleveland for a weather-related event.
Yeah.
Good point.
And I did see, I think I saw Al Roker this morning said that Cleveland was maybe at about 50% chance of good viewing. It is. It's on a big lake. There's always going to be, that chance for cloudiness. But here's hoping for those folks. And we get like a 60% eclipse in Columbia, I think. So I don't know what the weather's like yet. I haven't even checked. All right. David Cloninger in Cleveland. He'll join Elijah and me to give his take on what's going on coming up. We all need banking services, right? Checking account, savings account, get your credit card. And obviously the bigger things like car loan, mortgage, equity lines, student loans, whatever it is that you need. Maybe even, want to borrow a little money to take that whole family dream vacation across the planet. Whatever it might be, when you do it with Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, you can do it for less money. You see, they're not a big bank. Nothing wrong with big banks, right? Except that you might pay higher fees and rates to borrow some of that money. Palmetto Citizens returns their earnings to their members. That means lower rates and fewer fees. So whether it is a mortgage, a second mortgage, an equity line, a credit card, a car loan, a student loan, whatever you need, check them out online. See how they can save you money and work with you to make that budget go even farther. PalmettoCitizens.org is the website. I'm a customer. Love what they do for me and my family. You will too. Palmetto Citizens. Achieve your potential. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, time for a few traffic reports here for you on this Friday afternoon as people are getting out a little bit early. UG and Blossom, that could be a little problematic. Be careful down there near the baseball park. Augusta Road at Rabun Road. Highway 6 near Bethany Church Road, and on the interstates. We got I-20 eastbound near Broad River. Be very careful there, please. And I-26 eastbound, exit 85, a little bit out of town, but be wary there as well. Welcome back in. Second hour of the post-game show coming at you from the Herndon Chevy Studios in downtown Columbia, South Carolina, along with Elijah Campbell, who is in beautiful Cleveland, Ohio. Is it beautiful? I mean, today?
It is beautiful.
Oh, it is? Okay, good.
Well, see, also, Jay, I do like snow. We got a little bit of snow and sleet.
No. We did.
Since moving to South Carolina, I have not gotten to experience a ton of snow, to say the least. But I got to experience it today. It got a little snowy and sleety for like 10 minutes.
Well, that's something. I don't know that makes it beautiful, but as long as you got to where you were going, I guess they're used to it up there, though, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, I mean, like, I didn't have to drive in it. That's the best part, right? You know, I didn't have to drive in it. So ride sharing is awesome for that. But that's not – see, I'm a big snow fan. I don't like driving in it. And you know, I'm good at it, but only for a little bit today. But right now, it's actually the sun's come up. So,
well, that's good. What's the food spread like up there?
See, it's not been out yet. In about 10 minutes, we'll get the media spread. So
it's not out yet. Wait, you've been there like 2 hours, man. They're not feeding you yet?
I have been eating snacks, though. I have eaten so many granola bars that I'm going to turn into an oat.
Who's the food? See, one of the things that I do love, I will say, about SEC Media Days, and I've been to a few NCAA events, too, and I'm telling you, the best food spread I've ever been to as a media member is the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl because, again, you literally had all the Chick-fil-A sandwiches you could eat. But one of the things I love about the SEC Media Days is that Dr. Pepper is a title sponsor, and you really can't drink all the Dr. Pepper you can handle. So, like, what's the Coca-Cola, I guess?
It's called going full Forrest Gump.
Yeah, exactly.
Full Forrest Gump there.
That's right. Yes, me and Lyndon Johnson now have to go to the bathroom a lot. Yeah.
Being an All-American.
Yeah. Or I guess it was President Kennedy when he said, I believe he said he had to pee. So there's that. Elijah's in Cleveland. So is our good friend David Cloninger, who we always appreciate when he is on the program. And I believe, sir, that you may have had a little bit of time today to be a tourist. Is that accurate?
No, man. I had to sit back and prepare for this radio hit. I'm glad I did because you brought me into such stimulating conversation.
You don't want to talk about Forrest Gump? And hey, you go to media days all the time. How much Dr. Pepper have you had when you're up there?
Well, I drink one Diet Dr. Pepper per day.
Oh.
Some people drink coffee or orange juice. I drink Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I do like that.
Certainly not as weird as some things that I do.
Well, that's probably accurate. So no Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this time. No mimicking.
No. I went last summer, but I had all day to kill today, so I went again. Okay. And I'm glad because they put in a couple of new exhibits, which were fantastic. So I was able to educate some of the young folks on the beat about, true rock and roll. But, of course, all they wanted to do was look at Taylor Swift's outfit in one of the exhibits. No accounting for taste anymore.
Well, there's something. Did you take them by any Grateful Dead exhibits or maybe Fish or the Allman Brothers?
Well, no, Jay. This is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I see.
They like to have good music in there.
That's
shots fired.
That's where we're going with it, huh? The Dead are in the Hall of Fame.
I did notice the guy scanning my ticket and giving me my wristband wore a Grateful Dead shirt. So
there you go.
Do with that what you will.
Yeah, the Dead and the Almonds are in. Fish will get there one day. They're not there yet, but they'll be there. Let's talk about this basketball team, David, and where they are. Dawn made mention about the beginning of the season and reshaping the chemistry, and we heard a good clip from her, and you were there yesterday, about kind of getting between their ears. And obviously it has worked maybe better than expected, but now the book is open. So, and you've seen the flaws of late. So how much of this would you say is between Carolina's ears still in terms of who they might be this weekend relative to them just going out and, say, playing, 80 minutes of basketball the way they played 20 minutes of basketball against North Carolina a couple weeks ago?
Well, that's the thing, Jay. I mean, I think if USC should happen to lose tonight or Sunday, it wouldn't be because they're not fully dialed into the game. It would be because the other team is better than them. They've taken on a lot of challenges this year. And, yeah, it's true that they've probably yet to play a really complete game. North Carolina was pretty close, and the only reason it wasn't 100% is because the game was over at halftime. But the main thing is that they continued to win. And that does breed a quiet confidence in yourself to know that you never have to doubt that you never have to really get in that panic mode because it's okay, we'll find a way. So I think they're confident. Of course, Dawn Staley's going to mention that because this has, I'm not going to say challenging year, but it's certainly been a year where she's had to adjust her coaching style. But they've won, and they keep proving her wrong. So it's kind of a case of like, look, you trusted last year's team to play out any difficult situation, and it mostly worked. This year, just trust us. And they've gotten here. They're 2 steps away. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And you just got to keep trusting them at this point.
Elijah?
Yeah, David, my favorite thing about tonight's Final Four game, it might not be like the sexier matchup on paper because there's no, like Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers type duel, but you have a team that is playing their best in NC State right now, getting red hot from 3, getting a ton from Isaiah James. She's first team All-ACC, but she's playing like she's first team All-American. So there's a little bit of, I guess, maybe dark horse star power there. And, you're playing a former teammate in Sanaya Rivers as well. When you look at this NC State team, what are some things that you see them doing really well that can give South Carolina issue?
Well, you just mentioned it. The guard play is quick. It's aggressive. It can score at all 3 levels. They're very, very speedy. They have a chance to get out and really make life difficult if USC is turning the ball over or giving up long rebounds that the Wolfpack can turn into transition buckets. That said, they're really good 1 through 5. And after that, it goes down to 0 real quick. USC, as we know, is very, very good 1 through 9. And they are big. So that's your advantage right there. This should be the same kind of game plan the USC has come out with every single game. Dump it into the big girl early, get her working, and then you start taking away what they do well. This is a game to where Malaysia Fulwiley could really get back on her horse. She did not have 2 good games in Albany. This is a game to say, this is your kind of game. They match up well with you. You go show them who's better. And she can do that. So as long as everything goes according to plan, which, of course, is a big if because NC State's playing very well too, I'm confident that USC will win this game tonight.
Yeah, let's stay with Malaysia because I was going to go there with you. She didn't have a great weekend and sat a lot, didn't play as many minutes. She's the second leading scorer on the team, and she comes off the bench, David. How much of that have you been following this week in terms of the why? Perhaps first and foremost. And again, sometimes when, the old adage in basketball, and I mean this somewhat analogous, the great shooters just have to keep shooting. It'll come back around. Is it as simple as that for her? Is there something else in terms of how she was defended this past weekend?
Well, I think it was, obviously 2 games, Jay. Indiana, she just didn't play well. And as Dawn Staley said, she was due. She had played so fantastically well for really the previous 10 games. She was due to have a stinker. That's kind of what happens. And against Oregon State, team was big, strong, physical. That's not a matchup where she was going to succeed because she would have had to make her bones really on defense. And as much as she can play very good defense, at the end of the day, Lay's 5'9", and she's going up against girls who are 6'5". Yeah. That's just not going to work. So she didn't play a lot against that one. Whereas with Indiana, it was like, Lay, it ain't your day. Go ahead and take a seat. Oregon State, it wasn't anything like you're not playing well enough. It's like, we can't use you to win today. So you're going to have to watch this one from the bench. So this matchup greatly favors her. Confidence will not be a problem. But, of course, with her, it is kind of a case, too, of go out there, and if that first shot goes down, you're going to have a good day. If not, now maybe you start to think about it.
David, when I watched NC State play against Texas the other day, I saw, they really converged in on the post. They fronted the post a lot. Anytime Madison Booker got the ball on the floor, they would send, pretty aggressive doubles, and they made life hell in the post for Texas. And it helps to have a center and River Baldwin who's 6'5". But you mentioned dumping the ball down into Camilla. And maybe for scoring, how much of an impact is her passing going to be in this game in terms of finding those open perimeter shooters?
Well, that's what she does best. I mean, as good as she's been and as good as that she'll probably be as a pro, you dump it into her, and a lot of times Camilla's first instinct is to pass back out. Sometimes that drives me absolutely crazy. Sometimes against Oregon State, it was like, that's probably the best move. But the main thing is that that's what she's going to do. She's learned to work a good balance with it to where when Dawn says we need to score, she's going to try at least to go up and go score. But she also knows to keep an eye out there because a lot of times, this is just human nature, You kick it in there, and what's your natural instinct? You collapse on the center. So somebody's going to be open. And South Carolina's got the outside shooters to make that count. Raven Johnson sunk Indiana with the 3-ball. Tahina Paopao sunk a lot of people with the 3-ball. She didn't particularly do it during really this NCAA tournament. So maybe now tonight's her time to shine.
David, let's talk about a couple of the other bigs for South Carolina. We know what Camilla's about. Ashlyn Watkins has been tremendous as well. Chloe Kitts didn't have the best of weekends either, but how do you see those roles, behind and beside Camilla this weekend?
Well, they're going to get the ball, especially against a small and speedy lineup. There's no question about that. So it's like, listen, you've been taught to take the contact and still score. Try to be a little more aggressive this time. I'm sure that NC State has scouted it out because it kind of disappeared against Oregon State. Chloe Kitts can hit that 8 to 10-foot elbow jumper. For some reason, North Carolina and Indiana kept leaving her open, and she kept hitting them like, did you not see this on tape? You cannot give her that shot because she's going to hit it. So I'm sure NC State's going to try to take that away, but Chloe does have enough to her game to where she can get down there and bang around a little bit. And Watkins will just be the case of like, look, I know I'm not being counted on to score, at least not as the first option. But as a putback, to go in and get a rebound, to go in and play defense, she did not play well against Indiana, which is why she came to Dawn Staley and said, I got it. I got it against Oregon State. I'm going to give you every bit of energy I had. And look what she did. So you don't have to worry about Ashlyn Watkins. She's going to be there. Kitts, she can go hot and cold, but as long as she can hit just a couple of key baskets, and that may be from the free throw line, she's going to be doing her part.
David, this is more of a psychology question, I guess, more than a basketball question. But obviously we're at the same stage of the season as we were last year when they got bounced by Iowa. Obviously, that loss stings pretty hard in the psyche of this team, and it's been mentioned that they're on a revenge tour. I've heard that phrase used a lot this season. Raven Johnson has made sure to let people know this is a revenge tour. But now that you get back to this stage, how much of trying to hurdle the ghost of the past, even though some of these players weren't either in uniform or didn't have the roles they do now, how much is that going to play into tonight?
Well, we all get motivation from different ways. Myself, I think that revenge is a silly ploy and a silly word to use because nothing takes it away. Nothing takes that loss away. And even if you were to win them this year, it still doesn't remove what happened last year. So kids can motivate themselves different ways, and for Raven, it works. So who's to question it, But the main thing now, and this will really come into play if they're still around tomorrow, will be, okay, you wanted this. You wanted this opportunity. You made this whole season about this point. Now it's here. So are you going to buckle under to the pressure, or are you going to rise like the champion that we all know you are? So I know they're not thinking about last year because this team truly doesn't think about that. They don't think about the game they played last. It's just there's another game to play. And last year's team didn't have a goal of going undefeated. That's just the way it went. This year's team didn't have it either. It was just we want to win a national championship. And they never looked at it as, you want to be undefeated again and take a loss. It was like there's the next game to play. Let's go win the game. And they did it 36 straight times. So they're here now. Yes, it's a coincidence, and some might say it's not a great coincidence, but it really has nothing to do with last year. And you can make that doubly so by really making sure it has nothing to do with last year by doing what last year's team couldn't.
DC, I got about 30 seconds left for you. Beyond Camilla Cardoso, as blank goes tonight, so go the Gamecocks.
Say the first part again.
I said beyond Camilla. Yeah, who's the other player that must, as she goes, so goes Carolina.
Raven Johnson.
Yeah, okay.
She's point guard.
Yeah.
You got him here, kid, and this team goes nowhere without you.
Yeah.
Go out there, do what you do, because as you said, this is your moment. You waited for it. Go shine.
Yeah. Good stuff as always, sir. I know you guys will hook up together over there at the arena in just a little bit. He is David Cloninger. Follow what he's doing all the time, DCPNC on Twitter, postandcourier.com, and make sure you subscribe to DC's newsletter. Thank you, sir.
No problem, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, we got a lot more to do here. Elijah from the arena. We'll be talking Carolina baseball with Stuart Lake coming up in about 15 minutes. You are listening to the Postgame Show. Likely the final blast of cold weather this weekend, at least overnight in Columbia, South Carolina. Then we're into the heat for a while to come. Make sure your system is ready to go with our good friends at AAA Heating and Air. 803-677-1500 is the phone number, or you can log on to call AAAtoday.com. Get one of their techs in to give you a full inspection. If you know it's time for something new, or you're just ready for something new, more efficient, more modern, then Roy and Dana Finley are ready to hook you up with guaranteed financing, 12 months, no payments or interest, and, of course, the ever-popular AAA 15-year parts and labor guarantee. Get an instant quote on a new system when you log on to call AAAtoday.com. And don't forget, they can install generators in your home. They're doing electrical service now, so whether it's a quick repair around the house, a full system, anything in between, let them know that we sent you here from 107.5 The Game. Stay comfortable all year long with AAA Heating and Air. Welcome back into the post-game show. Jay and Elijah with you. I'm in Columbia. Elijah is in Cleveland. Ed Bird at Master Control. Thanks again to David Cloninger for joining us from up in Cleveland as well. Carolina and NC State tonight in the Final Four. Game 1, Game 2. About 30 minutes later is Connecticut and Iowa. The winners play on Sunday for the national championship. South Carolina, a heavy favorite in this one. And I know, Elijah, before I let everybody hear a cut from Coach Wes Moore of the Wolfpack, you've been digging into where North Carolina State can definitely be problematic for the Gamecocks tonight.
Yeah, this morning I put it up on at 107.5 the game. Modern Exterminators is one of our big sponsors here for social media coverage, and I love their tagline because it says, "We know what bugs you." And I was like, you know what? There's something that can bug South Carolina today. There's one thing I think that can really bug South Carolina, and that's on the rebounding. Like, North Carolina State is, I would say, the number 3 defensive rebounding team in the country per just defensive rebounds per game. And they're really good at keeping you off the offensive glass. And look, the Gamecocks haven't necessarily shot the ball well from 3 the last couple of games. I mean, they were 4 for 20 in the last game. And one of the things that the Gamecocks have been able to use to survive bad shooting nights is grabbing boards. Ashlyn Watkins, Camilla Cardoso, Chloe Kitts is a really good offensive rebounder. They crash the glass really well. They have a size advantage almost everybody they play. But North Carolina State, like I said, you grab, the 3rd most defensive rebounds per game of anybody in the country, you might be able to bug South Carolina just a little bit on the glass. And if you're able to do that and South Carolina has a bad shooting night, you're going to see NC State be in this game going into the final quarter. And they're going to make it really interesting. I think that's one of their big keys to this game. Obviously, if you're the Wolfpack, Isaiah James going, ignorant from beyond the three-point line like against Texas, hitting 7 of 9
right.
Would help. But in terms of, if all things are equal, if Isaiah James reverts back to being, a 34% three-point shooter, takes enough, maybe hits 3 or 4, you're going to need a little bit of an advantage on the glass. And NC State can at least do that on the defensive side because they've proven that for the most part this year. Texas, however, grabbed 42% of their misses in that game, but it didn't matter because you shot the lights out.
Yeah.
If you're able to kind of revert back to your normal, behaviors as a basketball team, they can give South Carolina trouble on that end. And if they're able to do that, then we got ourselves a pretty decent game.
Let's see what head coach Wes Moore had to say. He was asked, cut 9, Ed Bird, he was asked what does his team need to do tonight to beat the Gamecocks?
Good question. I think, first of all, we got to take away the easy points for them. They're so good, you don't need to help them any. So transition D, you got to find a way to get back, and then they can run and make them, take away layups. Same thing, offensive boards. You got to find a way. And they're a great offensive rebounding team. To be honest, we didn't do a very good job against Texas in that area. So we're going to have to find a way to keep them off the glass and giving them easy buckets that way. And then we need to shoot the ball well. We need to hit some threes, loosen that defense up a little, and widen that defense out. The better you shoot the 3, the bigger those gaps get in the defense. So we need to do that. We need to take care of the ball. And we've been doing probably our best job of the season in our last few games of taking care of the ball. But those possessions, we got to have those shots to have a chance. So maybe that in a nutshell is what we're looking at.
Elijah, I keep coming back to it. Much easier said than done. South Carolina just needs to recreate the 20 minutes of the first half against North Carolina, and they're gold. Again, much easier said than done, but Coach Moore just touched on some of the things you did, and I can think of times when either Camilla or Ashlyn, especially it seems, may get 2 of their own rebounds off a miss and find a way to put back shot number 3 or 4.
Oh yeah, and that's what. Here's the thing. You're not 36-0 because you have 36 straight elite lights out 3-point shooting games. Yes, ultimately this team is the best 3-point shooting team in the country. They're making almost 40% of their threes as a team, which is just bananas when you think about it, because that's kind of the standard you hold with really good shooters. But as a team to shoot almost 40%, it's insane. But you still are going to have games where the jump shot's not going to fall. That's just basketball. That's math. That's the law of averages will not allow you to just have every game where you're completely shooting the lights out. But South Carolina's been able to withstand that because they do create second chances incredibly well. And, you look at North Carolina State's rebounding margin for the year, it's plus 5.8. Again, one of the best defense rebound teams in the country. You want to know how good of an offensive rebounding team South Carolina is? Their rebounding margin's plus 12.3 per game. That's a strength on strength type battle. And if South Carolina is getting second chances, then not only will they win, they will cover the lofty spread that Vegas has set for them at 11.5. If they, even if they shoot 33, 34%, not a terrible shooting night, they're still grabbing about 30% of their missed shots, it can get ugly.
We got more on this, and Elijah's going to have the vaunted EVPI breakdown coming up in the 5:15 segment today before he has to make his way to press row ahead of tip-off. Real quick, Elijah, away from this, but staying with women's basketball, I was a little surprised to see that Haley Van Lith of LSU, formerly of Louisville, is back in the transfer portal. Some are saying there might have been a little friction after some of the things Kim Mulkey had to say about how her team played against Iowa, and I don't know, but this surprised me a little. Should it?
Kind of. Here's the thing, that LSU team, and I'm not saying this is necessarily a bad thing because it's part of their DNA. It's part of what made them what they are. Is that they're a very emotionally driven basketball team. They have a lot of big personalities. They were larger than life for the entire year, and they are a brand. And sometimes, you can burn yourself out on each other, like if you ever have a lot of people that are this very same way, you can get along at first, but ultimately you're going to, by the end of a season or 30 plus games, you're wanting to pull each other's hair out, like that's, I have friends where I can't, be with for too long because we're too much alike and eventually we'll just annoy each other. But, there's an emotionally driven basketball team and, there were rumors of some friction during the season. So I'm not completely surprised, but she is walking away from a really good situation and what I felt like was an offensive system that still highlighted a lot of stuff that she did. She played with a lot of talented players, so the stats aren't going to be the same as it was when she was in Louisville. But I'm like you, Jay. I'm a little surprised, even if there was friction, to see her leave because she was in a good basketball situation.
Yeah, nothing is shocking anymore when I see these things when the transfer portal, and she could go on to the WNBA. She's eligible now, but she also has the 5th year granted during COVID, so she is likely going to take advantage of that. She may still enter the pros. I don't know that we know that for sure, but she's certainly in the portal. So, but yeah, as you mentioned, she scored about 20 points a game at Louisville last season and only about 10 points a game this season for LSU. But again, when you're playing with Angel Reese and Flau'jae Johnson and some of the stars at LSU, you're not going to be asked to do as much. She was much more of a defender and facilitator this year than being asked to do a lot of the scoring. So we'll see if she goes back to a place where she can score or wants to play point guard some more. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it might benefit her to be the number one option on a team because, like you said, she has a really good scoring ability. And I thought she was just as good this year as she was last year. She wasn't scoring the ball because she is a good facilitator. And yes, I know people clown on her for Caitlin Clark dropping all those buckets on her, but you know what? I think she summed it up pretty well.
Yeah.
That's by looking at the camera and just shrugging your shoulders because there's nothing you can do to guard that.
She wasn't the first, right?
No. And will not be the last.
No, she will not. She will not. Plenty more from Elijah on the women's tournament coming up tonight. Again, 6:30 airtime and around a 7:15-ish tip, but 6:30 airtime. Also tonight, Carolina baseball. Stuart Lake will join us on the other side to preview a huge, pivotal series with Carolina and the Texas A&M Aggies. Stuart joins us when the postgame show continues. I get to play Elijah Campbell for a little bit here. This is kind of fun. We got a few accidents around the metro to tell you about. Here in town, UG at Blossom Street near the ballpark. Be careful over that way as many of you start to make your tailgate accessibility. I'll come over for a beer later on. Augusta Road at Raven Road. Highway 6 at Bethany Church Road. Be careful in those areas, please. On the interstates, I-20 eastbound at Broad River. Oh, that's not going to be problematic. I-20 eastbound at exit 108. And I-20 westbound at exit 55. So different parts of town there on 20. Be careful in all areas. Good news is 26, exit 85 has been cleared. See anything else, let us know. Stay safe, y'all.
Jay
We've been talking a lot of women's hoops, so we got to talk a little Carolina baseball as well. Both those things going on simultaneously tonight. That's just how it works sometimes in college athletics when you've got a lot of good teams playing. Sometimes they will cross over, and Carolina baseball has a huge home series this weekend with the third-ranked Texas A&M Aggies, who welcome back onto the program. Former Carolina assistant and Gamecock baseball analyst Stuart Lake joins us. He'll be in the booth with Derek tonight. Coach, always good to have you. Let's start with the other night. I had a fear when we were previewing the Georgia Southern game that Southern was throwing a veteran lefty against Carolina, seemed to just shut him down from the get-go. Any real concern about offensive carryover, considering that scoring runs and getting guys on base is something Carolina does well?
Well, Jay, be honest with you, I was a little worried, too, when they come out and run that guy out, and it was for an inning. But I think the other night was just a culmination of so many things that went wrong, from Eddie Copper having to deal with that injury in the second inning, and Eddie's such a guy that's a big team player, so it kind of deflated a lot of the energy. But, man, hats off to Georgia Southern the way they pitch. But we're going to face a really good lefty tonight. Ron Prager from A&M, 5-0, and this guy don't walk anybody. 51 strikeouts and 5 walks. So we got our hands full with him tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about the approach and what you're looking for here from A&M. Look, this is, I call it a pivotal series. I try to steer away from any must-win, and I would not put any of these games this weekend into the must-win category. But you'd certainly like to take a home series. But it may be a pack your patience kind of weekend, considering what Coach Schlossnagle has on the mound.
Yeah, on the mound, we'll get 2 out of 3 lefties this weekend are as good as anybody in this league. So we're definitely going to be seeing that. But they're a pitching staff that they're going to come right at you with strikes. And they can do that because they've got the confidence of their offense. That's really what this A&M team, to me, is so confident on the mound, because they realize they've got one of the top offenses in this league and in the country. So they rely on that a lot as well.
Stuart, one of the big things about, I guess the disappointment of, losing Eddie Copper and the Georgia Southern game was that, it was going to be, it seemed like he was the solid midweek starter. He had a solidified role right there. And now if he has to miss an extended amount of time, then guys are going to have to shift over and roles are going to have to be changed. How difficult is that to do when you're in the midst of, conference play and you're trying to already find some continuity with certain roles?
Well, it's certainly difficult, and it couldn't come, never an injury comes at a good time, but you got to think next Tuesday you got to go play North Carolina, who's really good up in Charlotte. The next week you got to go to the Citadel, who always gives the Gamecocks a fit. So really 2 of the maybe toughest midweek games were on the horizon. So now to possibly not have Eddie for those, I know he got an MRI today, so we should find out probably over the weekend from Coach Kingston the severity of it. I know it worried us all as he left the field, but it's just now, and the other way you look at it, guys, is somebody's going to get an opportunity that maybe wasn't, and you hope that those people are ready and step into those roles.
Talking to Stuart Lake, Gamecock baseball analyst. Again, he and Derek on the call tonight. The game tonight here in town will be on our sister station, AM 1320. And for some of you around the state, it'll still be on the Gamecock Radio Network. But here in Metro Columbia, AM 1320. Again, women's basketball tonight on 107.5 The Game across the capital city and Columbia Metro. Stuart, I want to bring you back to the lack of walks. At least this weekend from the A&M pitchers. You mentioned Prager only has 5 walks in 36 2/3. Tanner Jones tomorrow just 8 walks and 20 1/3. Lampkin has 9 walks in 33 2/3. Yet there is a little push there, and that South Carolina is the national leader in walks drawn with 219 in their 29 games. So take us through more of the approach. I mentioned the pack the patience. Is that how you look at it, or is there something more that South Carolina hitters have gotten really good at with their eye in terms of making guys work?
No, I think it's been a couple things. Funny thing is the number 2 team in the country is here tonight. A&M has 200, so we may be in for a long game with all these good eyes in the ballpark. But I think it's been a couple things. I certainly think the strike zone in college baseball has really gotten small now because of the technology the umpires are evaluated for. But I do think it was a case where early on, especially, the offense was having so much success through the walks. And I kind of looked at a crazy number today. How about in our 8 losses, we've only walked 37 times. But in our wins, 182 walks. So, I mean, it's amazing to think in your 21 wins, you've walked 182 times, and in your losses, only 37. So it is a big part of the game, but I'm going to be honest, y'all, you ain't going to get a ton of walks in the conference. Last weekend, Alabama gave us a shot on that Thursday night. They gave us 11. You normally are going to think you might get 6 or 7 strikeouts and maybe 6 or 7 walks, and you're lucky if you can get that in a game. So offensively, I think the aggressiveness will have to be turned up a few notches as we run into this A&M staff, and then next week Florida, and then back here with Arkansas.
My goodness, yeah. Between both of these teams, Stuart, that's enough plate discipline to make Joey Votto blush. But
yeah,
it's going to be enough, it's going to be a big challenge with this game right here. And the toughest thing for me, obviously, Texas A&M, good baseball team, duh. But you're getting a good baseball team at home. And it's hard for any team in this conference to win series, win 2 of 3, sweep anybody on the road, unless it's Auburn, Missouri. But I digress. But it's hard for you to be able to do this on the road. What's kind of the mentality of the amount of pressure you put on yourself to try to take advantage of a home series against a good team while also maintaining the big picture?
Well, I think the biggest thing that we have going as Gamecocks, we got Eli Jones, who I think Eli Jones personally, with the sinker-type fastball he throws, really gives us a great matchup against these guys. How does that then lead bullpen-wise with Beach and Gainey and Becker and those guys? I'm not really sure because I really want to get to see them with my own eyeballs. But if we can try to find a flaw in the kink, if you will, in A&M, at least they're only 3-2 away from College Station. So big game tonight, and I trust nobody better than Eli Jones to just start the weekend off for you. And that's what he's done so well, and he was incredible when he no-hit Vandy for 6 full innings. That's the home opener here that I thought set the tone for the whole weekend.
Stuart, last thing for you. Let's stay with the pitching. You mentioned Eli Jones goes tonight. Coach Kingston and Coach Williams have decided to move Tyler Pitzer into the number 2 start, and Sunday afternoon will be determined. I'm not asking you to predict who starts on Sunday, but take us through what you know of this decision and what you think it might take to determine who South Carolina wants to throw on Sunday.
Well, I certainly don't think this coaching staff in any way has given up on Dylan Eskew. I just felt that they wanted to just get a change for this weekend because this A&M lineup is just so left-handed heavy. Switch hitters, so it's really weird in that regard. They're not just left-handed hitters, they're switch hitters, so they can kind of flip-flop to you. I really think the key to this weekend, man, I'm just looking at Becker and Gainey. I just think they're going to have to be really involved, and if Matthew Becker hasn't, been stressed too much, to me, he would be kind of the common sense guy to fall into that third starter, unless he's helped you win a game on, Friday or Saturday. And at that point, might be back to the drawing board to kind of figure it out by Sunday.
Yeah. Well, listen, you guys have a great call this weekend. We always appreciate you. Again, Derek and Stuart on the call tonight in the Columbia area on AM 1320, our sister station, on the main network tomorrow and Sunday and tonight all across the state. But here locally, 1320 tonight. And again, got a lot going on. So I know they'll be updating you throughout the course of the game on what's going on up in Cleveland, too. Stuart, appreciate you. Yeah. Tell Derek we said, hey, we'll talk to you soon, man.
Well, thank you, guys. Enjoy it.
You bet. That is Coach Stuart Lake. Again, on the call tonight, 6:45, 7 o'clock first pitch, Carolina and A&M. More from the harrowing tales of Elijah Campbell's travels to Cleveland. And I want to get his take. Speaking of Cleveland, somebody that was born right near there has made big news today. I want to talk to Elijah about that, and we'll discuss further as the postgame show continues. Welcome back into the post-game show on this Friday afternoon. Thanks to Coach Stuart Lake for joining us. Carolina and A&M tonight. And, again, pitching matchup, Eli Jones, 2-0 with a 2.45, 36 2/3, 8 walks, 28 strikeouts. A&M sending right-handed sophomore lefty Ryan Prager on the hill, 5-0, 2.21, 36 2/3 for him as well. And as Stuart said, a better than 10-1, Elijah. 51 strikeouts and just 5 walks. So these are the top 2 teams in drawing walks this season in college baseball. 13 combined walks given up from these starting pitchers. So something's going to give, right?
Yeah, something should. Yeah, mathematically speaking, something should. Again, like I told Stuart, that's enough plate discipline at Founders Park tonight to make Joey Votto blush. Like that's a game he would want to see. But that's an astounding amount of walks. It's a good stat there from Stuart, too, about the amount of walks that the Gamecocks have taken in their wins. It seems to be a little bit of a key to victory there for any game. It's an evergreen key for this Gamecock team.
So we'll have more on this one for you coming up in just a little bit in the drive around the SEC, including the rest of the baseball weekend. There's some pretty good series. But Elijah has a cautionary tale, I guess. I've never heard of this happening before, but you had not 1 but 2 online reservations canceled, though you did nothing to warrant this, correct?
To cancel them, yes. Hotwire.com, not so shout out here, but apparently canceled my reservation without my knowledge or consent. No email to tell me that it did. So yesterday, after, the long day of, air travel and the long layover in Chicago, all the nice, well-documented stuff that my well-documented travel day, we get to the counter at my hotel that I was supposed to stay at that I had a reservation for a few days. And I go up and I'm checking in. They have my reservation pulled up and they're saying, something's not going through. Call Hotwire. So I call hotwire.com. They said, oh, yeah, we canceled your reservation was canceled. I was like, well, not by me. And apparently they say they flagged my card for fraud, which false. I did get charged for it. It's a legitimate credit card. I'm not pulling a fast one on anybody. And they said once that was canceled, there is no getting that reservation back. They can't pay for the hotel because usually, when you go through Hotwire, they pay for the hotel and give you a discounted rate because they have deals with all these hotels. So they can't give me that rate again. I can still, try to go through them, but get a significantly different rate because obviously with the Final Four and the Eclipse here in Cleveland, the demand for hotel rooms is incredibly high. So, they said they refunded me. I got the refund this morning, but yeah, a little frustrating. It was a cautionary tale that Hotwire.com, think twice. I had a very unpleasant experience using that. I've had good experiences using it, but that's the first time I think I've ever had a company cancel my reservation on my behalf without telling me until I'm already at the hotel that I'm supposed to be staying at. So that was a rude awakening. And
that just feels. I feel bad for you, dude, because that seems really awkward to be at the desk where you have what seems to be an active reservation number. They're like, yeah, well, not really, and then you feel like, but I didn't do anything. Again, that's why I use Forest Lake Travel. That's why they helped you get up there through the air. But next time we'll just do it all that way, But it was a very last minute kind of a thing, and a lot of moving parts. So, but that is a cautionary tale. Have you had a chance to scope like the food scene in Cleveland at all?
I haven't. When I finally got to my hotel about 10 p.m. last night, I did walk across the street, and there was a place called Buffalo Harry's that I did stay at for a little bit as David Cloninger is approaching my makeshift desk. Definitely letting some birds in. I didn't think it was supposed to get past security here. But I tried Buffalo Harry's. It's nice. Like a B-dubs, I guess, kind of equivalent, adjacent. So that was nice, but I haven't got to go fully into it just yet. I'm definitely going to be doing a lot of that.
I don't know what Cleveland's known for, food-wise.
I don't either, actually.
Are they?
That's a good question.
I mean, I'm not sure. Like Lake Erie seafood is a thing.
Would you consider it seafood if it came from a lake?
No. Well, I mean, I think technically yes. Right? Like if I get a nice striped bass, from the depths of Lake Murray,
See, that's true. Yeah, I guess
call that.
does count.
I'm going to call that seafood. It's fish, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Okay, we'll count it.
Listen, some of those bass that my granddad and I used to catch were they'll feed a family, man.
They can't. Oh yeah.
There's some big
animals.
ones. Those largemouths, man. They're pretty big. All right. Well, I am sorry that happened to you, but you're there. That's good. You're all set up. And
the best infomercial we can give for Daisy before it's like travel. I mean, this is the best infomercial we can possibly give them. It's the horror story of using somebody else and not them.
I like dealing with human beings when I am making important travel plans. Again,
Yes.
all from my honeymoon way back in the day to all of our Disney trips and many other family vacations. Forest Lake Travel rocks, and again, you cruise enthusiasts, they are like the cruise wizards over there at Forest Lake Travel. So, and now that cruising is like, fully wide open again after the pandemic, call them up, check them out. All right. So what's the scene there in terms of fans? A lot of Carolina fans, a few, little bit.
Gates haven't opened just yet. We're about to go here in about 25 minutes or so. Go to our media seats, or at least for the first come first serve ones. Haven't seen many fans just yet, but from what I've seen today, coming to the arena from my flight yesterday. My flight yesterday, Jay, was a ton of Iowa fans. There were a lot of Iowa fans flying from Chicago to Cleveland yesterday, and sprinkled in some NC State. So I saw Sanaya Rivers jersey on my flight. Huh? So there's going to be, I think there's going to be a better NC State showing than I expected. Yeah. Obviously, Iowa is a national brand, a lot of help to Caitlin Clark, and I think the fans are going to come up from Columbia too. So I think we're going to get a pretty decent, I guess, mixture of everybody tonight, and I also think we'll have maybe like 15 to 20% casual observer who is like, wow, this is the most highly anticipated women's Final Four ever. Yeah, I'll fork over some money and go. So it's going to make for an interesting, I guess, combination of people. And if we get two good games, man, it's going to be an unforgettable atmosphere.
Yeah, on Sunday that'll be fun too for whoever's left over. All right, we got the EBPI breakdown coming up in the 5:15. We got headlines of the day and the drive around the SEC all coming up in the final hour of the postgame show. Three, two, one. All right, let's take a look at some traffic situations on this Friday afternoon across the metro. Highway 1 at North Grampian Hills Road. Please be careful there. Lexington area, Highway 6 at Sunset Boulevard. Heavily traveled this time of day, really every day. I-20 eastbound at Alpine Road. I-20 eastbound at exit 108. And on the other side, I-20 westbound at exit 55. Please be careful in all those areas. right, from the WIS Traffic Center, it's Jay Phillips playing Elijah Campbell on this Friday, because this is typically what Elijah does. But I'll handle it today because he's in Cleveland, and I wouldn't want him to feel bad about this. So, Elijah, while you're listening, I'm doing your work for you, man. I kid. Highway 1 at North Grampian Hills Road. Be careful there. Lexington area, Highway 6 at Sunset Boulevard, heavily traveled. And then several on I-20, eastbound at Alpine Road, eastbound at exit 108, and westbound at exit 55, all those on I-20. Please be careful. It is 5 o'clock news time in the final hour of the postgame show on this Friday. Jay Phillips in the Herndon Chevy Studios. Elijah is in Cleveland at the arena ahead of tonight's Final Four, which is where we'll start. South Carolina and NC State. Gamecocks, of course, the number 1 overall seed, undefeated on the season at 36-0. NC State comes into the game playing very good basketball. Obviously, you've gotten to this point. They knocked off 1 seed Texas to get here. NC State is 31-6 as a 3 seed. Gamecocks, though, heavy favorites in this one, 11.5 points tonight. South Carolina is, look, Elijah, we've been talking about it a bunch. There's a lot to like about what this team is doing. There's a lot to like about why NC State got here. South Carolina, as we say, the heavy favorite. And we'll have more of a breakdown in just a little bit. But there are certainly reasons for concern tonight for South Carolina.
There are. There are some things that in North Carolina State does that can make this game a little tricky, like rebounding defensively. You talk, we listened to Wes Moore, the head coach of NC State, talk about, that's a big key to this game is rebounding defensively, because if you can get South Carolina into a bad shooting night, like they had in the second half against Indiana, like they did in the entire game against Oregon State, if you're keeping them off the offensive glass and letting the second chances, the math is in your favor. You're going to be able to be in this game and maybe pull it out. And nothing you have to be able to do in a game where you are such a heavy underdog is you're going to have to be able to hit perimeter shots and tough contested perimeter shots. And North Carolina State has some tough shot makers. I mean, specifically Isaiah James, who's shooting 57% from 3 in this tournament. She has been lights out, 34% during the season. But in these last 4 games, she's hit 16 of her 28 attempts. Pretty good. And that's the type of performance you can get from a player that can win you a game like this. I mean, she hit 7 of 9 against Texas, and an absolute offensive explosion. If they get that type of performance from her tonight, we might be white-knuckling the finish here.
Yeah, Larry David would be proud of you. We'll have more of the EBPI breakdown of tonight's game coming up from Elijah in about 10 minutes' time. Baseball tonight in Columbia. The Gamecocks hosting number 3 A&M, South Carolina number 22 in the country. Eli Jones on the hill for the Gamecocks tonight. 2-0 on the season, a 2.45 ERA, 36 2/3, 28 strikeouts, 8 walks. He goes up against sophomore lefty Ryan Prager of the Aggies, who's 5-0 with a 2.21. He also 36 2/3, 51 strikeouts to just 5 walks. Tomorrow, a little change up in the rotation, no pun intended. Tyler Pitzer will go for Carolina. The freshman is 4-0 on the year with a 1.99, 22 2/3, 34 strikeouts, 8 walks. Tanner Jones, a junior righty for A&M, 2-1, but a 4.87. So a very high ERA, 20 1/3. He's got 23 strikeouts, 8 walks. No starting pitcher has yet been named for the Gamecocks for Sunday afternoon's finale. Justin Lampkin will go for A&M, another junior lefty, 2-0, a 2.41, 46 strikeouts, 9 walks in 33 2/3 innings pitched. Games are at 7 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 1:30 respectively this weekend. And a reminder for those of you here in Columbia that won't be at the ballpark if you're around, on 107.5 in Columbia, women's basketball, baseball tonight with Derek and Stewart, 6:45 airtime on AM 1320. Continuing our integrated media headlines of the day, and I mentioned this a few minutes ago, a guy born near Cleveland in Akron is Bronny James, just like his dad was. Bronny has announced that he is entering both the NBA draft and the transfer portal. So if he comes back to college, he's not going to do it at Southern California. He averaged just 4.8 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 2.1 assists in 19 minutes per game. By themselves, Elijah Campbell, those numbers are far from dazzling. What is dazzling is that he's Bronny James, and he is going to be represented by Rich Paul, who represents his father, and many other high-profile athletes and celebrities. He's got to get a physical after his heart condition before he can enter into the NBA stuff, at least in terms of physical workouts. He can do interviews. How do you read this?
Yeah, well, entering the transfer portal and the NBA draft is proof that man can be in two places at once. So you're defying physics here, which is very impressive. I don't know how many people have done that or can do it, but that is probably the most impressive feat of his career so far, because you're right. I mean, it's even hard to judge Bronny.
Yeah, we got Elijah. I know we can hear about half of what you're saying. I think you might have a little Wi-Fi issue as probably more and more people are getting into the arena. So I'll get Ed to try to clear that up for us. But Bronny can conduct interviews with teams without his medical clearance from an NBA standpoint. And as we know, Andy Enfield, who he was recruited by and committed to play for and did play for last season, has gone to SMU. There is one report out there that says Duquesne, of all places, could be a landing spot. Duquesne is in Pittsburgh. Drew Joyce was LeBron's high school teammate and might be somebody that Bronny would be interested in playing for. So we got a better connection with Elijah. Of all places, Elijah, Duquesne, again, not knocking Duquesne at all. They made the tournament. They're a good A-10 school. They won their conference tournament to get in. That just seems interesting if that's the landing spot.
Well, yeah, because not a lot of 4-star recruits go play at Duquesne, but it would be really cool because and think of it this way too. The opportunity he would get at Duquesne is so much more different than if he went to a Duke or an Ohio State. He would have sole possession of that offense. He would be the number one option, and he would be able to do it in a really good basketball conference and playing for a coach that he's going to be comfortable with, that he's probably known his entire life, because obviously LeBron and Drew Joyce are insanely close. LeBron, didn't burn any high school basketball bridges. Honestly, when we talk about things that would be good for him basketball-wise, getting an offense that he can take total control of, be able to develop all facets of his game, not just shooting, not just scoring, not just passing and facilitation. He's gonna be able to do everything, right? Whenever you're the number one option on the offense, and it's gonna flow through you. And it's gonna be great for Pittsburgh. It'd be great for that university. So there's him going to Duquesne would make a ton of sense, even though it would be kind of outside of the context, odd to see somebody that highly prolific as a high school prospect go to. Like I said, not a lot of 4-stars are going to Duquesne. You look at their recruiting classes every year, none of them look like Bronny James. So it would be odd at first, but it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it would. It'll be interesting, but we'll see. And again, are there enough teams that in the NBA that may say we want the marketing hit that he will provide us? I say hit, the boost perhaps that he will provide us. And there's nothing that says Rich Paul says we're not trying to get him on LeBron's team at all. Believe what you will. We'll see how that one goes. Continuing our headlines of the day, after saying goodbye to Brian Burns, who ultimately signed a big deal with the New York Giants, the Carolina Panthers, and defensive tackle Derek Brown agreed to a 4-year extension today, $96 million deal with 63 and change guaranteed. It's a $24 million per year average, the fourth highest in the NFL for a D tackle, with only Chris Jones, Christian Wilkins, and Justin Madubuike of Baltimore making more money for him. They all signed new free agent deals this season. They had to keep some quality veteran in Charlotte, right?
I had to keep some. Yeah, the word "some," like I like to say often, is doing a lot of heavy lifting there because they were hemorrhaging, good veteran players. And look, I mean, if you have a good premium position at that, or a player at that position, you take it. You take a good run stopper. You take somebody who can anchor the defensive line, and at least that. And here's the thing: the defense wasn't the problem for the Panthers last year. They actually had a really good defensive unit. But when you lose Brian Burns, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a ton, considering how good of a player. A good player he is, but if you're able to keep somebody on what was your best, unit on your team, then you're not completely digressing from one bad season to another. At least it helps a little bit. Am I saying this is going to be the key to them making the playoffs? Is keeping this guy? No, but at least it keeps you from digressing too much. Even though the organization does a good job of making sure that happens anyway.
Hey, listen, this kid is dynamite, top 10 pick. We saw him in the Southeastern Conference when he was at Auburn, but he weighs 320 pounds, and he played 89% of their snaps. That cannot be a sustainable formula, in my opinion.
Nope. And that's something you're going to have to manage. If you're going to sign him to that much money, you got to make sure that you're as close to being injury-proof as possible, because now he's not just one of your best players. He's one of your biggest investments,
yeah,
right? You have to think of him as a big investment, because if you run him out there for 89% of your snaps at that weight, at that position, and something happens to him, then you're only going to have yourself to blame. Injuries can be freak accidents, but at the same time, there are ways of saying, hey, look, this guy's playing a ton of snaps in a body that shouldn't, a lot of times don't play that many snaps. So you're going to have to be a little more careful with them if they are going to make him, or annually pay him about $24 million. Like now it's an investment, and it's one of your biggest ones. And you have to make sure you do everything you can to make sure that he gives you good quality snaps, maybe not just good quantity of snaps.
Finally, congratulations to Zach Edey, the AP Player of the Year on the men's side. He's gotten that one before. He also had some interesting things to say. I won't get into it too much right now, but because he's Canadian, he is missing out on NIL opportunities in this country because he's here on a student visa, and the federal law does not allow for someone in his position to actually make money. There are ways for him to actually sign an NIL deal and do the work in Canada. Pulling for you, kid. But the good news is, even though he's not, and I'm serious about this, he's not going to make a lot of money as a Purdue Boilermaker, perhaps. But fortunately, he's going to make a lot of money as an NBA guy. So he'll make up for it somewhere along the way. But that was interesting. But Zach Edey, your AP
That's unfortunate.
It is actually his tail.
Well, this is the height of his earning power,
right?
Really.
No, yeah, it could be.
His popularity.
Could be.
This is possibly the height of it.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. Hopefully it works out for him in the end. There are some loopholes, but he's a big guy. It's hard to get through them all. No, I kid. Sorry. That was bad.
Yeah.
That was bad.
Yeah,
that was bad. I'm sorry. That was awful. I shouldn't have done it.
I love the attempt.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got to try. And finally, the Atlanta Braves have their home opener tonight, and the Arizona Diamondbacks are coming across the country to take on Atlanta. The D-backs will send Tommy Henry to the hill. Obviously, in the young season, he's 0-1, but an 11.25. He only threw 4 innings, gave up a home run and 2 walks and 6 hits in his last stint. Spencer Strider goes for the Braves. He did not get a decision in the opener in Philadelphia, a 3.60 ERA on the young season. Spencer went 5 innings, but the Braves did come back to win that game in Philly last week. That game is at 7:20 tonight at Truist Park. And that is our headlines of the day, brought to you by Integrated Media for any and all of your home theater needs, especially this weekend. If you're watching and you say, man, I want to watch these games better from this point forward, 803-948-8327. You love what you have in a setup, ready for modern equipment, even just want to get a TV moved from one place to another in the house. Call Integrated Media. No job is too small and no job is too big for the boys at Integrated Media. Call them up today for any and all of your home theater needs, home security, and so much more. 803-948-8327. The EBPI breakdown of tonight's Carolina-NC State Women's Final Four matchup coming at you from Cleveland as the postgame show continues.
There are a lot of underdogs this weekend, whether it be here in Cleveland in the national semifinals or in Phoenix. And the best way you can be able to cash in on those underdogs is my friends at Underdog Fantasy. Yes, Underdog Fantasy in their pick'em game. Pretty easy to play. I've had a good time with it this year and this weekend. I'm definitely looking at a few Alabama players to go higher on their three-point projections because, they're going to let it fly. It's the only way of beating UConn is if they shoot a ton of threes. I think they're going to make a few. So I want to go higher on some of those projections, and you can, too, make some money in the pick'em games. Pick 2 to 5 players to build a pick'em entry. It's like higher or lower on all those different kinds of stats in this weekend's tournament games. Just go to the easy use mobile app or go to underdogfantasy.com, sign up with promo code 1075, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick and entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code 1075 to get your first deposit of $10 or more. Matched plus a special pick. Must be 18 or older. Present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Consider your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back in. The post-game show continues on this Friday, multiple locations. Jay Phillips here in downtown Columbia. Elijah is at the arena ahead of tonight's Final Four matchup, Carolina and NC State, followed by Iowa and Connecticut. And we're going to be saying goodbye to Elijah in a few minutes because apparently Do y'all play like musical chairs here? Is it like a free-for-all, kind of like roller derby once you're able to go claim a seat?
It's kind of what it's feeling like. So here's how it goes, right? Get a little behind-the-scenes access here with people who have access. They give assigned seating for most people, but for about 29 of us, there are not. So, and we are, for those who, like me, didn't get here until last night, or it's your first day getting to walk into the arena, there are people that will show you where the seats are, and you have to go ahead and lay claim to some spots that are unclaimed in media row. So I'm just going to go over there and set up shop as soon as we get off here.
So, but this isn't a thing of like
somebody. I might.
Yeah, I was going to say this isn't like 20 spots for 29 people, right? Like you're good.
I should be good.
Okay.
It's that or I'm standing. I'm standing with a laptop taking notes.
Well, that's cool. Whatever.
We gonna see this thing.
Whatever it takes.
We're here.
All right, let's you've done plenty of deep diving, and I know you had a lot of time to do this, and I'm having fun with you and being serious at the same time because you had 7 hours at O'Hare yesterday. But you've done the deep dives into the matchups here. There are obvious reasons why South Carolina is an 11.5-point favorite, and you've talked about some of the places where NC State could make South Carolina uncomfortable. Let me first just get you to do the reverse here. Let's talk about all the ways that South Carolina makes NC State uncomfortable tonight.
That would be the easy answer to that is just play the entire game. That sounds pretty simple, but here's what I mean by that. You have about a 5-deep bench. You can almost platoon at times. Don has more lineup versatility than any coach has in this country in terms of having the amount of players you can swap in and out. You can go big, you can go small, you can do all types of different lineups. And if NC State has, a player in foul trouble, specifically, I don't know, center River Baldwin, she gets in foul trouble, you're going to have to play small at certain times. And if you play small and South Carolina struggles to play against that, well, Don can make an easy adjustment. You can, fill out a different lineup. I think the lineup versatility is a big thing. And if South Carolina is making threes, I think it's game over. I think if they make at least 7 or 8, 9 threes tonight, I don't foresee NC State being able to keep up with that firepower. So the simple question is use your depth, use the length that you have on your bench, and while also if you're being able to knock down those outside shots, which will be available because we described how they defend, you're able to knock down those and take advantage of the open looks. We might end up covering that spread tonight, Jay.
All right, so the BPI, and we're going to get into the EBPI now. The ESPN BPI, which is not the EBPI. Again, the EBPI, for those who are new to the program, is the Elijah Basketball Percentage Index, which we have come up with. I don't have access to how this is done. This is all an Elijah thing, but the 4-letter BPI has 83.8% towards South Carolina, 16.2 to NC State. We can get into how you got there, but first, the EBPI number tonight is what for the Gamecocks?
The EVPI tonight, I will give it 88% for the Gamecocks. I think the depth, it's a real advantage. That's a serious advantage. I do think, Isaiah James falls back to earth in terms of three-point shooting percentage. I think, the South Carolina team does a good enough job of defending the three-point line where they're going to make him uncomfortable. Does the stat of NC State, being one of 6 teams in the country to limit 10 teams or more to 30% shooting from the field bother me? Yeah, a little bit, but I just don't see it happening against this South Carolina team. I feel pretty confident that they win, and I can even see them covering the spread, especially late. And I can see NC State going through some cold spells. I can still see Camilla scoring about 17 points despite being double-teamed a lot. So I feel pretty confident. I'm at about an 88%.
All right. Finally, before I get you out of here in a couple of minutes, the BPI on the UConn-Iowa game. Now, Iowa is a 3.5-point favorite on the betting line, but the BPI is 60.5% to UConn, Mr. Campbell. 39.5 to Iowa. So that's a 10,000 game simulation. Surprising?
Very surprising. And here's the thing. I know the biggest key to this game for UConn is going to be like the advantage they have the advantage they have is that if Paige Beckers and Caitlin Clark are Batman, UConn's got the best Robin on the floor with Aaliyah Edwards.
Yep.
Because she's going to be, a top 10 pick in the WNBA draft. She's insanely talented, a good go-to scorer, can do a lot of different things. I can't rule out Caitlin Clark. I can see her scoring 35 points in this game, and then end up making this really tough. And look, Iowa's not very deep in terms of what they can bring off the bench. UConn definitely isn't, and it's not by design. It's by injuries. They have had the worst injury luck of any team in women's college basketball the last 2 years. And that's really affected the depth. I think there is another gear I was able to hit because I think they're just going to be fresher. Therefore, I see them winning, but the EVPI gives them like a 55% chance. Because there's a big part of me that really thinks that if UConn's going to win, Aaliyah Edwards is going to have to show that she is the best Robin on the floor.
Finally, real quick here, the men tomorrow night, Purdue 9.5-point favorites over NC State, basically 90-10 on the BPI. I imagine you're right about there too.
I'll go a little lower. I'll go 85-15.
Okay.
Just because I do believe in magic, and this isn't the first time that a low-seeded NC State men's team has played in the Final Four against a 7-foot-plus center that no one thinks they have a shot against. So. I'll give a little bit of historical credence here. And, all jokes aside, I think Purdue still should dominate. Zach Edey, as good as DJ Burns has been, and as much as it's as fun as it is to watch him play, be a man that size, be able to move that gracefully, I just don't see him containing Zach Edey. I don't see him not fouling Zach Edey. One of DJ Burns' biggest Achilles heels of his entire career, whether it be at Winthrop or NC State, was he fouls a lot. He has a hard time staying on the floor because he fouls a lot, and no one draws more fouls than Zach Edey. Zach Edey might shoot 25, 30 free throws in this game because, A, the only way to guard him anyway is to foul him.
Yeah.
B, DJ Burns fouls a lot already. So if he goes out of the game, I just don't know if you're going to be able to size to throw at him. And Purdue is one of the best three-point shooting teams in the country. It's the biggest difference between last year and this year. This year's Purdue team, elite three-point shooting. Last year, they were not.
There's a lot to like about what Purdue's doing right now. And finally, the nightcap tomorrow, Connecticut and Alabama. The Huskies 11.5-point favorites. BPI, though, 72-28%. What do you think?
I'm going to go 80-20 in favor of UConn. Look, Alabama's going to shoot a ton of threes. They're going to let that sucker fly in the big toaster tomorrow night. But I think they'll hit a lot early. But here's the thing. Alabama can score 80 points. There's a good chance they give up 150.
Yeah.
Because Alabama didn't get much better defensively. I think they maybe had some regression luck with shooting. Grand Canyon didn't shoot the ball particularly well when they played. That ended up being a pretty close game. Clemson didn't shoot a high percentage, of threes, and were able to miss some, down the stretch. There's reason, and Arizona especially had a historically cold shooting night. Caleb Love had a historically cold shooting night. Against Clemson. So, but yeah, man, that's shooting regression ultimately gets everybody. We got Clemson. I think it's going to get Alabama here. UConn hasn't shot the ball from three particularly well these last few games, but they're shooting 60+% from two, and they're getting those shots easily. They get them against everybody, no matter who the defense is. A defense like Alabama's pretty poor. So I think there's a really good chance that UConn's going north of 100 tomorrow.
Yeah, over under 160.5. I kind of like the over in tomorrow night's Bama-UConn game.
It's only at 160?
160.5. Yeah, 160.5.
Smash the over, Jay.
Yeah,
I know you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't bet, but if I did, I'd take the over in that one. All right, we're going to let you go claim a seat inside the arena. Great stuff. Thanks to CHW Cabinetry, Forest Lake Travel, and Columbia Craft for getting Elijah up there. You got a few things you're doing tomorrow as well online and covering the game on Sunday too, so we'll get you back here at some point. But great work, my friend.
That's right, absolutely, man. Let's all enjoy watching this game tonight. It should be fun. This game and the next. It's going to be a good night of basketball.
And follow our station feed, 107.5 The Game, on Twitter, _Campbell3. Elijah will have lots of what's going on behind the scenes at the ball game tonight, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Good stuff, sir. We'll check in again very, very soon. That's Elijah Campbell at the arena in Cleveland. And again, CHW Cabinetry, Forest Lake Travel, Columbia Craft, and Modern Exterminating. Thanks to all those great folks for providing our coverage from Cleveland over the weekend. The drive around the SEC is next. All right, from the WIS Traffic Center, Jay Phillips here. Not as bad on a Friday afternoon, so that's good news here. Got a couple of, first off, I-20 eastbound at 108 has been cleared, so that's good news on that side of town. Now, though, I-26 eastbound at exit 101. A lot of you heading up that way in the Irmo area. Be careful. Kelly Mill at US 1. There's an accident. And I-77 southbound at exit 17. A little fender bender there. So a couple of interstate areas to worry about, especially that one up there in the Irmo area. Be careful on the roads. Have a safe and enjoyable weekend. Otherwise, that's your traffic.
I think I had said this earlier to somebody else, but I said I feel like, we've noticed that, we might not get as much coverage, but we're just so focused on us and just, want to win every game. We just approach every game just, we want to go out there and perform. We want to execute. We want to play for each other. Like I said, it is noticed, but we're not, that's not something we're talking about in the locker room, not even remotely close.
That was Bree Hall yesterday being asked about whether South Carolina is kind of lacking the coverage that Iowa and Connecticut have been getting. And Coach Dawn Staley was asked about that earlier in the week as well. She liked it. And I might too. Welcome back in. Time for a drive around the SEC, but we'll continue talking about the Gamecocks in the Final Four tonight. Got some baseball to get to as well. I'll come back around to the basketball. Let me get you set up for the baseball again. Tonight, South Carolina and A&M here in Columbia. The pitching matchups, if you've just tuned in, we did this for you at the top of the hour. But Eli Jones goes tonight for Carolina. Ryan Prager for the Aggies. Jones 2-0, a 2.45, 36 2/3, 28 strikeouts to 8 walks. Prager is a sophomore lefty, 5-0 with a 2.21. He also has pitched 36 2/3, 51 strikeouts to just 5 walks, 13 combined walks. We had Stuart Lake on the program earlier, and he reminded us that, yes, South Carolina is the #1 team in the country in drawing walks as an offense with 219. Guess who's number 2, kids? That's right. Texas A&M has 200. These are the top 2 teams in the country at making you work, and these guys tonight don't walk a lot of their batters faced. So should be a good pitching matchup tonight. Tomorrow afternoon at 4, Tyler Pitzer moving into the #2 role in the rotation. The freshman is 4-0 with a 1.99, 22 2/3, 34 strikeouts, 8 walks. He'll go up against junior righty Tanner Jones of A&M, who is 2-1 with a 4.87. 20 1/3, 23 strikeouts, 8 walks. A&M will be sending Justin Lampkin to the hill on Sunday, a junior lefty, 2-0, a 2.41 and 33 2/3, 46 strikeouts, and just 9 walks. So 2 of these starting pitchers for A&M can really strike you out. None of them give up a ton of walks. You feel like from the numbers that Tanner Jones may be the guy that Carolina has the best opportunity against, but we shall see. South Carolina has not named a Sunday starter, and a lot of that may depend upon how Coach Matt Williams uses his bullpen this weekend and who might be available. Stewart also was telling us they're not giving up on Eskew and what he's been able to do for them. They just felt like perhaps with the lineup that A&M has, it was going to be better for them to go with Jones and Pitzer and then kind of figure some things out. A lot of switch hitters in that lineup as well for A&M. So we shall see. It could still be Eskew perhaps on Sunday. Could be Becker. Could be a Johnny Holstaff kind of thing where somebody opens and you throw a lot of arms. That might depend on what you've done already this weekend. Who knows? But we'll see. But 7 o'clock tonight, 4 o'clock tomorrow. and 1:30 on Sunday over at Founders Park. Tickets are still available at GamecocksOnline.com. And a reminder from a radio perspective here in Columbia tonight, baseball will be heard on our sister station, AM 1320. That will be a 6:45 airtime, 6:30 tonight here in Columbia on 107.5 The Game. Brad Muller and Carolina women's basketball. The rest of the baseball weekend across the SEC looks like this. The Thursday through Saturday series that got underway last night, Arkansas and Ole Miss. Arkansas won game 1, 5-2, and LSU beat Vanderbilt last night 10-6. Tonight, Florida at Missouri game 1, Bama at Kentucky game 1. Interested in that one. Kentucky's 8-1, y'all. They're good. And Arkansas, by the way, with last night's win, moves to 9-1 in conference play. Tennessee at Auburn and Georgia at Mississippi State. Some basketball news as we continue our drive around the SEC. First off, of course, yesterday it was made official. Eric Musselman is leaving Arkansas to take over at the University of Southern California as they move into the Big Ten. And today it was announced that Chris Beard is not going to take the Arkansas job. The Ole Miss head coach, only been there a year. He had agreed last week to an extension, but he had not signed it as of yet. And we were doing some digging yesterday trying to find Chris Beard's buyout in the new deal. Well, we didn't know what it was because he hadn't signed the deal. And in Mississippi, I always remind SEC fans, the state of Mississippi has a law that does not allow state employees to sign anything longer than a 4-year deal. So typically, all the head coaches at State and Ole Miss, Southern Miss, et cetera, they just kind of roll it over into a 4-year deal. You know, some places, obviously, 5, 6, 7-year deal for head coaches. Mississippi, that's not allowed. But Chris Beard will not be moving on after 1 year, though there were reports out of Fayetteville that he was at the top of Hunter Yurichek's list, the AD at Arkansas. Could it be Will Wade? Could it be Jerome Tang? A couple other names that are potentially out there. A lot of folks have been leaning towards Will Wade, the former LSU head coach who had a big season at McNeese after his return, after his punishments for what he did at LSU. We'll see how that one goes. And I got a hunch Arkansas has a head coach named maybe as soon as Monday so they could get some pub on the national championship game, if not even by tomorrow. In terms of the Final Four, we shall see. And an interesting development in Baton Rouge, Haley Van Lith has entered her name into the transfer portal. The LSU point guard scoring a lot less than she did in her 3 years at Louisville, where she averaged in her junior year about 20 points a game. This past season, she averaged about 10 points a game, but became much more of a defender and a facilitator. But there were reports of some friction, and that might have even boiled over a little bit after the loss to Iowa. We know Kim Mulkey can be, just blunt. I'll say it that way. And she wasn't super kind to Haley, who, of course, had the now very famous, it's going to become a meme, of just doing the shrug when she was trying to guard Caitlin Clark, who went on for 41 points. She's not the first or last that's going to shrug when you're trying to keep Caitlin from scoring. But Haley Van Lith is in the portal. That's interesting. She's from out west. Of course, played again at Louisville, like I said, then this year at LSU. And the reason she has another year left is because of the COVID situation. So she has 5, and she may still go to the WNBA. I don't know that that's been determined, but that one was just a little bit of a surprise. So we'll see how that one goes. I tell you what, let me that's our drive around the SEC on this Friday, brought to you by Herndon Chevy. Stop by the showroom, see why Herndon makes you smile. Want to give you a little bit more from Coach Dawn Staley ahead of the Final Four matchup as the postgame show continues. All right, welcome back in. Final few minutes of the post-game show on this Friday. Carolina women's basketball coming at you 6:30 tonight. Brad Muller on the call here in Columbia on 107.5. Gamecock baseball at 6:45. And again, thanks to CHW Cabinetry, Forest Lake Travel, and Columbia Craft for all they did for us to get Elijah up to Cleveland and bring you his coverage, along with Modern Exterminating, all weekend long. So make sure, again, that you're checking out our Twitter feed, the station Twitter feed, 107.5 The Game. Elijah will have a lot of insights, or his Twitter feed, _Campbell3. But it's probably better to go to the station one and just follow from there. One addendum to the drive around the SEC. Both John Rothstein of CBS Sports and Jeff Goodman, who now works for what's called the Field of 68, but Jeff, very well connected, both reporting that Kansas State's Jerome Tang is now top of the list for Arkansas. They are not reporting that he has been hired. They are simply reporting that he is now at the top of the list. So apparently Will Wade a little farther down than we might have thought. And I do have to wonder if that's because of Will Wade, even if, a lot of people that are Will Wade supporters say, hey, what he got in trouble for is legal now, so it's cool. And, yeah, except that when he did it, it wasn't. And he was very willingly doing it. Now, you may say to yourself, if you're more cynical, and I get it, hey, come on, everybody's doing it. Yeah, maybe. But he got caught, so he got sloppy. He got brazen. He got lazy. He got cocky, but he got caught. He did pay his punishment. I'll give him that. He had a 10-game suspension, had a 1-year show cause. He's come through those things, and he's back at McNeese State. I'm not overly impressed with the job he did because they don't really play anybody, but they did win the vast majority of their games. But maybe Hunter Yurachek is saying, I don't know if he's the guy I really want, or because of his willingness to break the rules, might he be willing to break others? Who knows? I'm just throwing that out there for you. But anyway, Rothstein and Goodman both reporting this afternoon that Jerome Tang of K-State is now at the top of the list. And look, K-State's a really good job. I do think there will be financial limitations. If it turns into a bidding war, Arkansas can pay more money, period. That just period, and they will if that's the guy that they really want. But we'll see. We'll see on that one. We'll keep you updated. Before I get you one more cut from Dawn Staley, we have our poll question that just closed a few minutes ago. As news of a proposed Super League of college football begins to spread, would you be in favor of its main tenets, which include promotion and relegation, salaried players, and collective bargaining? A, yes, it's time to change. B, no, it's too professional. C, not sure yet. 52.7 said, nope, too professional. They got to do something because what they're doing is illegal. So they got to change somehow. How do they change it? That'll be the interesting part. 31.4% said, yes, it's time to change. And 15.9% of you say you're just not sure yet. I'm somewhere between yes and not sure yet. But they're going to have to do something because, again, you've been breaking federal law for decades. And now you finally, as I said yesterday, got to pay the piper. Ed, let's one more real quick here. Which one did I want, Ed? I apologize here. Live radio kids. Cut 2 from Dawn Staley to close things out. How this team has evolved into the #1 team in the country ahead of tonight's Final Four.
From day one, we're just more disciplined. We're just a more focused group, and just the chemistry that was formed organically. I think I wouldn't say they were miserable, and misery loves company, but it was more than the majority was out of shape. So when you're out of shape, if you're looking to your left or your right and the other person's out of shape, you just basically hold hands and try to get in shape. But they've created a bond that happened just on, it wasn't forced by the coaching staff. Obviously, we like to be a lot more disciplined, and we like to adhere to the standards that we've had throughout the years that we've been successful, and we found success in that correlation. And then this team pretty much blows up all of that, like in one summer. And then they figure out a way to work together. I think a lot of that had to do with our performance coach, Molly Bonetti, because she had the tall task, the very tall task. She said this was probably the most out of shape, like really not very competitive team that she's ever had to work with. And I think part of that is just we were so young. Like when you're having, multiple players from high school that they're used to working on their time. They're the biggest fish in a small pond in their high school, and they can run the roost. You bring those habits into our setting, and you don't think things are important. Like breakfast is important to us, so you got to get up and come to breakfast. Someone would miss breakfast. Someone would just miss meetings. Like some of them just didn't respond to text messages. Like, where do they do that? And then, you have to insert yourself as a coach and a coaching staff to say that's not how we do things. But you can't expect that from the jump because they haven't been that way. So we have to create the habits. They created really good habits, and they started holding each other accountable for their actions, both on and off the court, because, when one person acts out, we pretty much use it as a team learning lesson. So pretty cool evolution of how this team has created an identity that helps them perform at a high level.
So here it is tonight, 7 o'clock, just after tip-off. Gamecocks and NC State, everything they've worked for. 36-0 is impressive, but forget about that at this point in time. They, as they've said many times, y'all, they weren't in this to go undefeated again. They're in it to win the next game they play. They've been able to do that every single time. Now there is no turning back. There is no tomorrow. If you lose, this is it. And, they're in a position now to be the national champion. If you can channel a lot of what you did, as I've been saying all week against North Carolina, you're going to be the national champion. Even when you don't, they have found the ways to win. Should be a whole lot of fun. And the next time we talk to you, somebody is going to be the national champion of women's basketball. Enjoy it all. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend. All right, the final traffic report for the evening, early evening for you. Clemson Road at I-20 in the northeast. Ooh, be careful out there, y'all. That's a heavily traveled this time of day. I-77 southbound at exit 17 still reported as out. Kelly Mill at US 1. Be careful up that way. And right here, just a couple of blocks away from where Ed Bird and I are, Main Street near College Street behind the Capitol, south side of the Capitol, near campus. So be careful over there if you're maybe heading close to the ball game or to get a pizza or something. Have a great weekend, y'all. Stay safe out there. Beautiful weather. And like I said, next time we talk to you here, somebody's going to be a national champion.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are in the Final Four for the 4th consecutive year and the 6th time in the last 10 years. If they want to get to the title game, they'll face a regional foe led by a familiar face. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland, Ohio for the 2024 NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four. Semifinal round as the South Carolina Gamecocks take on the Wolfpack from North Carolina State University. Appreciate you joining us here tonight. Should be a lot of fun. Of course, got Coach Don Staley's Gamecocks coming in at 36-0, the number 1 overall seed in this tournament. And they got here after defeating Oregon State 70-58 in the Elite Eight in Albany, New York last weekend. The bench was big again for the Gamecocks, as it has been all season long. Freshman Tessa Johnson actually led the Gamecocks in that game with 15 points, while Camila Cardoso was strong inside with 12 points and 9 rebounds. Breezy Hall added 10 points, while Ashlyn Watkins had 8 points and snagged 14 rebounds and had 4 block shots in the win for South Carolina. They're going to need the starters and the bench here tonight. South Carolina trying to avoid a repeat of last year, where they went 36-0 and lost here in the national semifinals to Iowa, who obviously is here again. They are on the other side of the bracket here, the other half of the Final Four. They'll play the late game tonight against UConn. So we'll see if the Gamecocks can continue their unbeaten streak and get a step farther, hoping to win their 3rd national championship. They've got to take on a very good NC State team. Let's get you to the Prisma Health Injury Report. The Injury Report is brought to you by Prisma Health. As the official team physicians, Prisma Health provides the orthopedic and sports medicine care to keep the Gamecocks in the game. Prisma Health is proud to be the official healthcare system and team physicians of the Gamecocks. Nothing new to report. That's the way we like it. Let's hope it stays that way for the rest of the year. Hopefully that's for 2 more games. The Injury Report brought to you by Prisma Health. All right, let's take a look at North Carolina State. The Wolfpack, ranked 11th nationally, came into this tournament as a number 3 seed. They're 31-6 overall, went 13-5 in the ACC. They were the number 3 seed out of the Portland 4 regional, and they got here in impressive fashion. They're under the direction of 11th-year head coach Wes Moore. He's taken the Wolfpack to 8 NCAA tournaments in his 11 seasons, including 7 straight. And the 30-win season is just the second 30-win season in the last 3 years. He was the National Coach of the Year 3 years ago. He's in his 35th year overall as the head coach. He's had stops at Chattanooga, Francis Marion, where he took the Patriots to the Division II Final Four a couple of times, and Maryville University. And the Wolfpack, as we said, defeated number 1 Texas here in the Elite Eight, 76-66 to get to the Final Four. It's their first Final Four since 1998, only their 2nd time making it to the national semifinals. And in that game against Texas, boy, were they shooting it well. They shot 50% from 3-point range in the Elite Eight matchup against the top seed in that region, Texas, and went 9 for 18 from distance. So the Gamecocks are going to have to be on top of their game, guarding the perimeter, and it seems like that's been a common theme the last couple of games for South Carolina, having to guard the great 3-point shooters from Indiana, and we saw against Oregon State, going to have to make sure they're keeping them off the 3-point line or not giving them practice shots. And this is an NC State team. All 5 starters average double figures, so it's not just one person that you have to stop, but their hottest player right now is Isaiah James. She's the junior guard from Virginia Beach, who's the first-team All-ACC selection this year. She leads them in scoring, ranks 9th in the ACC with just under 17 points per game, is 7th in the SEC in 3-pointers made, but in the NCAA tournament, she is lighting it up. In the 4 games in the NCAA tournament, averaging just over 24 points per game, and she's shooting 57% from 3-point range, 16 out of 28 from behind the arc. She's led the Wolfpack in all 4 victories, so the Gamecocks are going to have to keep a hand in her face tonight, but she's not alone. Former Gamecock Sanaya Rivers is their do-it-all player, the 6'1 junior guard who played her freshman year with the Gamecocks, won a national championship in 2022 and then transferred to NC State and has certainly developed into a fine player, as you expected she would. Former Gatorade National High School Player of the Year out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Was honorable mention All-American and first-team All-ACC selection this year, averaging just under 13 points, better than 6 rebounds. She's 8th in the ACC in assists and 4th in steals. She has also got 32 block shots. As I said, she's doing a little bit of everything for them, so she's a tough matchup for whoever draws that defensive assignment for South Carolina. Another guard in the lineup for them is Madison Hayes, another good-sized guard at 6 feet, a transfer from Mississippi State. in her third year at North Carolina State, averaging about 10.5 points per game. Also an outstanding rebounder, back to 8th in the ACC in rebounds with just about 7 per contest. They've got good size inside with their two bigs. Mimi Collins is a 6'3" forward who's averaging just under 11 points and over 6 rebounds per game in her second year at North Carolina State. And then River Baldwin is the big one, 6'5" grad student who transferred from Florida State a couple of years ago, started her career at Florida State, but a good line on her, averaging nearly 11 points per game, just under 7 rebounds per game, and she's 10th in the ACC in block shots. So NC State with their starting lineup, they've got a little bit of everything that you want. They've got a great perimeter shooter. They've got a do-it-all offensive and defensive player in Sanaya Rivers, and they've got two bigs inside that can finish underneath the basket. Mimi Collins, by the way, can also shoot from the perimeter as the 4 forward. She has hit 36 three-pointers on the year, shooting just under 40% from three-point range. So, again, Gamecock's going to have to protect the perimeter and going to have to be on top of things and matching up with their matchups against these starters of NC State. And these two teams no strangers to each other, as this is the 33rd meeting between the two schools. NC State leads the series with the Gamecocks 20-12. The Gamecocks won the last meeting 66-57 in Raleigh. That was back in November of 2021. That was on the way to a national championship for the Gamecocks. NC State won the previous year in Columbia 54-46. So the most recent meetings between the two schools, they beat each other on their home floor. Not something you would expect. And this is an NC State team that maybe a lot wasn't expected of them. They've had some really good teams the last couple of years that have lost earlier in the tournament than you would have thought. They were a number 1 seed a few years back and lost earlier than you would have thought in the tournament. And coming off of last year, NC State is just one of 8 teams in the NCAA Division I women's basketball history to start the season unranked in the AP Top 25 and then reach the Final Four in that same season. So they obviously have come a long way this year, and they don't want to go home either. Neither team wants to go home. The 4 teams here, no bad teams get to the Final Four. There aren't Cinderellas in women's basketball that make it to the Final Four. You've got a couple of 1s and a couple of 3 seeds here. Hunting for a national championship. It should be a lot of fun. We'll take a timeout and be back in just a moment. Want to remind you, Gamecock family, if you're ready to break free from hidden fees and impersonal service, Optus Bank is here for you. They're headquartered in Columbia, and Optus Bank offers competitive rates, personalized service, and convenient mobile banking. They care about you and our community, and Optus Bank has been transforming opportunities into wealth since 1921, so go check them out. We'll take a timeout. South Carolina postseason basketball is presented by Optus Bank, and you're listening to Carolina Basketball from Learfield. And we welcome you back to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland, Ohio, site of the 2024 NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four. The South Carolina Gamecocks are here for the 4th straight year and the 6th time in the last 10 years. Technically, 6th time in the last 9 tournaments, of course, because the tournament in 2020 didn't happen when the Gamecocks were the #1 team in the nation, but we were shut down due to COVID after the conference tournament. But 6th time in 9 tournaments, the Gamecocks are in the Final Four. Well, yesterday it was open locker room. There was about 100 media members in the locker room trying to get one-on-ones with the Gamecocks in there, so it's a little noisy, but we're able to hear from some of the Gamecocks, including Raven Johnson, Tessa Johnson, Sanaya Fagan, and Chloe Kitts, and we'll hear from them in that order now and hear what they had to say about this matchup and maybe the distractions. It's been a busy week. We've been here since Tuesday. All that goes into being part of the Final Four. We'll start with Raven Johnson, followed by Tessa Johnson, Sanaya Fagan, and Chloe Kitts.
All right, Raven, you've been here before. What's this experience at the Final Four like for you so far this year?
Experience is very fun. It's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I'm glad that we're here, but we got some unfinished business that we need to handle.
Okay. Lots of distractions, as you know, having been here before with the build-up to the game, with all the stuff you do the several days before. Is it difficult to lock in as it gets closer to game time after all those distractions for several days?
No, I don't think it's difficult. I think when we go to practice, it's not hard because, we want to win, and that's the expectation, and that's the standard that we hold ourselves to.
This game now, in the Final Four, the stars kind of come out. You see it at practice. You see it around the game with the celebrities and the former players and the WNBA players are there. Who did you look up to when you were a kid that you wanted to emulate?
Chelsea Gray.
Yeah.
I love Chelsea Gray.
Did you get to see her the other day?
Oh my gosh, yes, I was so excited.
Were you a fangirl?
I was a fan girl. Oh my gosh.
What's that like for you now that maybe other little girls are looking up to you?
It means a lot because just knowing I was in their shoes before, and I remember the one time when I was watching Notre Dame play and Enrique shot those 2 back-to-back game-winning shots, and I used to tell my mom, like, I want to be in that predicament, I want to be in that situation. And now that I'm here, I'm so excited.
Keys for you guys against NC State?
Do us, play our game plan, and just go out there and attack them.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Tessa, your first Final Four. I know there's a lot of distractions. Tell us about the build-up to the first game here in the Final Four.
Well, it's kind of been the same as the build-up for, each game. We have scout, we practice, and we go over personnel and just work on what we need to work on, and we build off of our past games, all the opportunities that we see in our other games. So it's been the same, but it's really cool to be here.
Keys for you guys as guards to slow down James, who's really been lighting it up, and Rivers as well for NC State. What are the keys for you guys to try to slow them down?
Just staying in front of them. I mean, if they score, they score, but it's always to make it harder for them to score.
This is a weird thing to ask about an undefeated team, but do you guys almost feel like you're flying under the radar here because everybody's talking about Caitlin and Paige and everybody else?
We don't really think about that. We're just here to play basketball, and we have a goal, and we're just focused on that goal. We're not really thinking about other outside factors.
So much is made of how fun you guys are, how Dawn calls you silly, calls it daycare, and it's been fun to talk about that. But how do you guys balance the growing pressure of this moment while maintaining that fun and that looseness? Do you guys even have to think about it at this point? Has it started to creep in at all?
No, and I think that is literally this team, our chemistry and the fun, that's who we are. And when we get on the court, we know we can still have fun, but we have a job to do on the court. So we can flip a switch, but it's not just, yes, it's just business out there, but we can still have fun while we're playing. I genuinely have fun playing with this team out there.
Gotta tell them about your...
Checking in with Sanaya Fagan.
3-on-3.
Wait, huh?
You were talking a couple weeks ago about your 3-on-3 team.
All right, going to be going against the former Gamecocks. Rivers, what's it going to be like for you?
I mean, just ready to come prepared for any and everything. I mean, I know what type of player she is. I played with her, played against her in practice before, so it's I just know what to expect. She has got better over the years, and I mean, watching that just showed me what I need to do and when to be ready for everything.
Have the two of you stayed in touch since she left?
Well, I wouldn't say stay in touch, but we still follow each other on Instagram and on Snapchat and stuff like that. So, and TikTok. So I mean,
we see each other, but like we don't really like communicate.
How has she improved as a player?
She can get to the basket easier. I mean, she can shoot the ball. I mean, she can do everything. But we've been able to know that she can do that, and just knowing that she can do that is just being ready for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sinai, you've been here before, obviously, to the Final Four. There's lots of distractions leading up to it. Is it easy to lock in on the game with all the things that aren't really basketball?
Well, with me, yes, because I don't really let like the outside life get into the basketball life. So with me, I can't say yes. It's kind of easier for me.
The stars come out when you get to the Final Four. We saw it at practice. Asia was here the other day, Chelsea Gray, and you'll see people in the stands. Who's one person you would love to see in the stands watching you play?
Well, I know they're going to be in the stands. My mom and my dad.
Perfect. Good luck.
Thank you.
No. Checking in with Chloe Kitts, who says no. I know this can be an overwhelming week with everything leading up to the basketball. And what's it been like for you?
It's been great. I mean, I don't really feel overwhelmed. So yeah, that's good.
A lot more demands on your time, and maybe some good distractions. Does it make it hard to focus in on the game with all the other things going on in the days leading up?
I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff going on in our days, but being out there at practice today and being in the facility, it kind of just made the other stuff go away. We're all just super excited to play the game, and we're just ready for tomorrow.
Keys for you guys, I guess, on the offensive side of the ball against North Carolina State?
Offensively, we just got to keep moving the ball, having good ball movement, don't let the ball stick, hit the posts, because when you go inside, we'll go back outside to the guards, and, trying to take the best shot on the court. We don't need to force for no reason.
Defensively, they've got size inside, and they've got some guards who can drive to the basket, another one who can kill it from three. What are the keys for you guys defensively?
Defensively, just we've been going over our rotations in defense, so we've got to use that in the game, and then obviously boxing out, and just communication is very key for us, so we just need to do that and then trust coach.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, that was Chloe Kitts, preceded by Sanaya Fagan, Tessa Johnson, and Raven Johnson in the meeting with the media yesterday. We're in Cleveland, Ohio, and the home of the Cleveland Cavaliers at the Rocket Mortgage Field House for the 2024 NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four. As South Carolina gets set to take on NC State. We'll take a timeout and get you updated on what else is happening. Of course, the other side of the bracket, what else is happening in Gamecock sports. We'll do that after we take this timeout. South Carolina postseason basketball is presented by Optus Bank, and you're listening to Carolina Basketball from their field. And we welcome you back to Cleveland, Ohio at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for the 2024 NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four. The national semifinal, South Carolina, the number 1 seed, taking on the number 3 seed from NC State. The winner is on to the championship game on Sunday to take on the winner of the late game tonight between the number 1 seed from the Albany 2 regional, that's Iowa, and the number 3 UConn Huskies, the 3 seed from the Portland 3 regional. They will play about 30 minutes after our game here tonight. Get you caught up on what else is happening in Gamecock athletics while we have a moment. They're getting ready to open up a 3-game series, baseball series at Founders Park. South Carolina getting set to take on Texas A&M, another top 5 matchup there for the Gamecocks. It'll be a tough one there, and that'll be first pitch at 7 o'clock over at Founders Park. Games Friday, Saturday, Sunday. South Carolina softball also playing at home against 16th ranked Mississippi State, and right now the Gamecocks on the wrong side of a 2-0 score in the top of the 3rd inning in game 1 of that 3-game series, and Mississippi State threatening again with a couple of runners on with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Gamecock softball trailing 16th ranked Mississippi State 2-0 in game 1 there. The South Carolina tennis teams also playing today, both of them playing Kentucky, one at home, one on the road. The South Carolina women on the road taking on Kentucky. The Gamecocks won the doubles point, and now they're into the singles matches. We'll get you updated on that as time allows. South Carolina men's tennis playing at home against Kentucky, and Kentucky won the doubles point there, so they're into singles play there. We'll get you updated on all the Gamecock scores as the night goes on. I want to remind you, Gamecock family, if you're ready to break free from hidden fees and impersonal service, Optus Bank is here for you. They're headquartered in Columbia, and Optus Bank offers competitive rates, personalized service, and convenient mobile banking. They care about you and our community, and Optus Bank has been transforming opportunities into wealth since 1921, so go see them soon. It's South Carolina against NC State. Both have had challenging routes to get here. Of course, the Gamecocks number 1 overall seed took care of the 16 seed Presbyterian in the first round, 91-39, and then blew out the 8 seed North Carolina Tar Heels in the second round, 88-41. But the next 2 were challenges indeed as the Gamecocks marched on to Albany and defeated Indiana, the 4 seed, 79-75, and then in the Elite 8 defeated the 3 seed Oregon State, 70-58. For NC State, they were winners in the first round over the 14 seed Chattanooga, then defeated the 6 seed Tennessee in the second round, 79-72. In the Sweet 16, they defeated the number 2 seed Stanford, 77-67, and they beat the number 3 seed or number 1 seed Texas here in the Elite 8, 76-66. We'll take a timeout and come back with the starting lineups after this. South Carolina postseason basketball is presented by Optus Bank, and we'll hear from Coach Dawn Staley right after this. You're listening to Carolina Basketball from Learfield.
The pregame coaches interview is brought to you by Healthy Blue. Choose Healthy Blue for your Medicaid plan and get no or low-cost checkups, prescriptions, vision care, and more. Visit healthybluesc.com. Back in Cleveland, Brad Mueller joined by Don Staley, head coach of the Gamecocks, as Carolina gets set to take on NC State in the Final Four. And, Coach, obviously a busy week with all the, I guess, the fun things for the student athletes and the activities and, I guess, distractions. Any challenges to get the kids locked in at practice?
No, I think we've. I think we hit our stride when it comes to practice this late in the season. I think they know what they're playing for, and they're a lot more focused than they have been throughout the regular season. So that's a good thing. At least a little bit longer than they've been focused during the regular season.
You've had players that have been in the Final Four that have been part of a winning team. You've had players that have come here away losing last year. Does having that experience help in terms of helping with maybe the others that haven't been to this level yet?
I mean, I think experience is always a good thing. Whether you've played a whole lot of minutes, whether you're just here for the ride, or whether you played a lot of minutes, to be in that situation really helps you. I think this particular group probably doesn't even think about anything that took place last year because they didn't play a whole lot. So they're playing. I know they're more focused on the task at hand, knowing that they'll play an integral role due to playing time, and I'm excited to see how they perform on their time.
Defense always big for South Carolina. Going to need it tonight against. They've got obviously some talented players. NC State's Isaiah James has been lighting it up in this tournament. How do you slow someone like that down, or what are the keys to protecting the perimeter around for someone like that's had such a hot hand?
I mean, you got to make them work hard for the catch. That's one. You certainly can't give them any open looks. I mean, you got to try your best to keep them from areas in which they are effective. And that's on everybody else too. It's not just the person that would guard such a hot player, but you got to show them gaps that aren't there for them. But then you have to play other people honest because they have the capability of scoring a lot of points. All 5 starters are double-figure scorers, and then Brooks, who comes off the bench, is right there, almost double figures.
Yeah, obviously the size you mentioned inside, and Sinai Rivers is doing some great things as well. Are there any other matchups you like from an offensive standpoint for South Carolina? I know we always want to get the ball inside first, but any particular matchups you like the best for South Carolina offensively?
Well, I mean, I like us going inside out. It doesn't matter. I mean, not a whole lot of teams have a 6'7" center. I think we have to use Camilla to our advantage, and we're certainly going to start to try to get her the ball as early as possible, maybe in some transition, some early post entries, or just stick the ball down her throat and tell her to do something with it, and hopefully something positive comes out of it. I like to see her hit her first shot, and then we can go from there.
Coach, good luck tonight. Let's get another win.
Thanks, Brad.
Don Staley, head coach of the Gamecocks, back with the starting lineups after we take this time out. It's Carolina basketball from Learfield.
Gamecocks, Braves, the NFL with live local radio. 107.5 The Game, WNKT FM, Eastover, Columbia, a Cumulus media station.
And we welcome you back inside Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland, Ohio for the 2024 NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four, the national semifinal matchup as the South Carolina Gamecocks, the number 1 seed in this tournament, take on the number 3 seed North Carolina State Wolfpack. These two teams met a couple of times a couple of years ago with both teams winning on the road. NC State won in Columbia in November of 2020, 54-46. The Gamecocks returned the favor in Raleigh of November 21, 66-57. That was the last time these two teams met. Overall, this will be the 33rd meeting between the two schools. NC State leads the series 20-12. Should be a good one here. The South Carolina Gamecocks undefeated and number 1 in the nation against NC State, coming in at 31-6 and playing their best basketball at the right time. Told you, shooting the lights out. Especially from three-point range with Isaiah James, who's averaging in the NCAA tournament the 4 games better than 24 points per game and shooting 57% from three-point range. That is getting it done. The Gamecocks will try to defend the perimeter well, which has been a little bit of a problem at times, even when teams haven't shot for a good percentage. It's those bursts where the Gamecocks have not rotated or come around screens well and allowed three-point shooters to get some good looks and make some runs. We saw that in the Indiana game. And that got the Hoosiers back in it after the Gamecocks nearly squandered a 22-point lead, able to hold on for the win there in the Sweet 16. Same thing with Oregon State. Had a little trouble initially corralling their three-point shooter, who hit 3 early, and then the Gamecocks were able to get a hand interface, made some adjustments, and did not shoot for a great percentage on the night. But it's going to be difficult tonight because in addition to the great three-point shooting, they've got the good inside game with their twin towers, 6'3" and 6'5". So you can't just cheat on the perimeter. Sometimes you got to help out on the inside and rotate over. So we'll see how the Gamecocks are able to do that here tonight. Should be a good one. It's a great crowd here in Cleveland. This is the home of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they have decked out the arena as you might expect for the Final Four. And we welcome you back. Sorry, lost our connection there, but hopefully that won't drop out on us again. Time for your starting lineups here. First for NC State, under 11th year head coach Wes Moore. At one guard, number 22, Sanaya Rivers, the 6'1 junior from Wilmington, North Carolina, in her second season in Raleigh after transferring from South Carolina. Former McDonald's Gatorade National, McDonald's All-American, Gatorade National Player of the Year, honorable mention All-American this year, first team All-ACC, 12.7 points, 6.2 rebounds per contest. Another guard, Isaiah James, number 10, 5'9 junior from Virginia Beach out of Princess Anne High School. 16.7 points, is ninth in the ACC. Earned first team All-ACC honors this year. 16.7 points, 4.6 rebounds. Another guard is Madison Hayes, 6' junior from Chattanooga, Tennessee. In her third year at NC State after transferring from Mississippi State. 10.4 points, 6.9 rebounds, ranks 8th in the ACC. And a forward, number 2, Mimi Collins, 6'3 graduate student from Slidell, Louisiana. Has played at Maryland and Tennessee before finding a home at NC State in her second year there. Former McDonald's High School All-American, averaging 10.7 points, 6.2 rebounds. And in the middle, number 1, River Baldwin, 6'5 graduate student from Andalusia, Alabama. Transfer from Florida State a few years back. Former McDonald's High School All-American, 10.6 points, 9th in the ACC with 6.9 rebounds per contest. Wolfpack in their road red uniforms, white numbers with black trim, white and black trim. They'll be moving from left to right as we look at them from behind the scorer's table and up above on the second level behind the scorer's table. Coach Dawn Staley's Gamecocks coming in at 36-0 for 16-0 in the SEC to win the regular season and tournament championships. The usual lineup, number 25 point guard Raven Johnson, 5'8 redshirt sophomore from Atlanta at Westlake High School, where she's a McDonald's All-American, earned second team All-SEC honors this year, averaging 8.1 points, 5.3 rebounds, third in the SEC with 4.9 assists per contest. Another guard, number 0, Tahina Powell, 5'9 senior from Oceanside, California, at La Jolla Country Day, where she was a McDonald's High School All-American. Spent 3 years at Oregon in her first year for the Gamecocks, earned AP honorable mention All-American and second team All-SEC honors. 10.9 points, 2.7 rebounds, ninth in the SEC with 3.7 assists, and leads the SEC in three-point shooting. Third guard in the lineup, number 23, Breezy Hall, 6' junior from Dayton, Ohio, at Wayne High School, where she's a McDonald's High School All-American. 9.5 points, 3 rebounds per contest. At a forward, number 21 is Chloe Kitt, 6'2 sophomore from Oviedo, Florida, out of DME Academy. 9.3 points, 5.9 rebounds per contest. And in the middle, number 10, Camila Cardoso, 6'7 senior from Brazil, former McDonald's High School All-American, earned AP second team All-American honors and first team All-SEC honors this year, averaging 14.1 points, 9.4 rebounds, which was sixth in the SEC, leads the SEC in block shots per game. Gamecocks in their traditional home white uniforms, garnet numbers trimmed in black, garnet and black trim down the side of the uniform. They'll be moving from right to left. Again, we are looking at them probably opposite of what you would be seeing on TV, as we are on the upper deck, in the front of the upper deck behind the scorer's table, close to midcourt. So we have kind of a different perspective, looking basically from behind South Carolina's bench. There should be a fun one. The winner is on to the national championship game Sunday at 3 o'clock against the winner of the late game tonight between Iowa and UConn. Gamecocks break their huddle down below us and take to the floor. Camila Cardoso is controlled by the Gamecocks, moving right to left. Sorry, we keep losing our connection. We'll see if we can get that taken care of. Gamecocks with the basketball to start here in the NCAA Final Four. Breezy Hall pulls to the left elbow, passes right to Powell. Shot clock at 13. Back to Chloe Kitt's right side, feeds it down low, and the ball intercepted, taken away by Sanaya Rivers. Here come the Wolfpack on the turnover. Rivers driving the length of the floor, puts a shot high off the glass, no good. Camilla with the rebound, and the Gamecocks have it. So the turnover doesn't hurt them, but the Gamecocks have the basketball after a turnover on their opening possession. Work it around the perimeter right side. Here's Pow driving the lane, and Tahina Pow floats it up and in, and the Gamecocks strike first as Pow drives the center of the lane and gets the little teardrop to fall there. And the Gamecocks strike first, 2-0. About a minute gone by here in Cleveland. And then a steal by Pow on the other end. Pow leading a 3-on-2. Passes right corner to Raven Johnson. She wants three. Bang! Got it. Three-pointer for Raven Johnson. And the Gamecocks off to a good start, leading it 5-0. The Gamecocks use the defense to create some offense there. Here's Rivers dribbling left. Back up top it comes. Driving right side is James, the dangerous three-point shooter. Puts it on the floor. High arcing shot, no good, but they get the rebound inside with the big girl Baldwin. She'll drive, shoot, and score. And the Wolfpack are on the board. It's 5-2. The lead is trimmed with 8.5 minutes to play in the opening quarter. Gamecock ball moving right to left. Raven Johnson will bring it up. Signals the play. She crosses the timeline down below us. Dribbling to her right across the top of the key. Up top to Pow. She'll take a deep three. Back rimmed it, no good. Rebound to Sanaya Rivers of NC State. Pow had a good look, couldn't knock it down from long distance. Here come the Wolfpack. They run their offense. Gamecocks in a man-to-man. Work it over on the far side. Top of the circle is James. Back to the top of the circle right side now. Mimi Collins pulls up shy of the foul line and buries the 16-footer. And back-to-back buckets there for the Wolfpack. And the Gamecocks lead is down to 1 at 5-4. Back and forth we go. Here's Pow, top of the circle. Some contact, but no foul. Up top to Cardoso. Work it right side to Breezy. Around the screen to her left towards the top of the circle. Now back to her right. Shot clock at 13. Up top to Raven Johnson. Raven playing traffic cop. Dribbling to her right, to the wing, to Chloe Kitts. 5 seconds to shoot it. Drives the lane, puts it off the glass, no good. There's Camilla with the rebound, and they're going to call a jump ball. Held ball. Possession will go to NC State. So a chance for the Wolfpack to take their first lead. Cardoso got the rebound. She was falling backwards as she did so, and then one of the Wolfpack stuck a hand in there to knock it free. Wolfpack with the basketball, chance to take their first lead. Rivers will get it across. Guarded by Raven Johnson. Around the screen to her left. Passes to the free throw line to Baldwin. Gamecocks try to tie it up, can't do it. Baldwin wriggles off the hook, and then Raven Johnson with the steal. Raven one-on-one with Rivers into the lane, floats it up, no good off the rim. It goes out of bounds off the Gamecocks, and a missed opportunity there. Good defense there by Sanaya Rivers after the turnover to contest that shot underneath the basket, and Raven couldn't get it to go. So still 5-4 Gamecocks. 3 minutes gone by here. NC State with the basketball moving left to right. Rivers across the timeline, guarded by Raven in the man-to-man. Rivers around a screen to her right. Has the ball knocked out of her hands by Raven. It goes out of bounds off of Rivers, they say. Now the officials discussing something, and it will indeed go to South Carolina on the turnover. One official wanted to give it to NC State, and the other said, no, I got it. So South Carolina ball off the turnover. Been stuck on this score for a while. 5-4. Gamecocks opened up on a 5-0 run. Wolfpack scored the next couple of buckets to get within one. Here's Raven across the timeline. Passes up top to Kitts. Near side to Breezy Hall. Breezy driving. Gets it off to Camilla. Camilla cross court to Pow right side. Shot clock at 14, and they're going to get Pow for an offensive foul. Great acting job there by Isaiah James as she flopped and fell backwards. So Pow picks up the first foul of the game. Pretty good acting job there. She flopped after there was some contact, but NC State defender sold it. We'll say that. 6:30 to play in the first quarter. Gamecocks lead 5-4. Rivers will bring it up for the Wolfpack. Picked up by Raven Johnson. Gets it across the timeline. On the right wing to James. James around the screen. Pulls up for a deep three right side. Got it. There you go. Isaiah James, 57% from three-point range in the tournament, and she gives NC State their first lead, 7-5 on her first three ball. As she has been absolutely killing it. She's now 17 out of 29 in this tournament from three-point range. Here's Camilla on the low block. Double team. Puts it up and in through a sea of arms. And we're tied at 7 as Camilla gets her first bucket. 5:55. 10-7 our scores. NC State just got another 3. Apologize that we keep losing our connection here. Trying to do our best to keep it going. NC State has the lead on their second three-pointer. 10-7. We feed it inside and knock it away. The Wolfpack come out of there with it on the turnover. Gamecocks getting sloppy with the basketball. Here they come in transition. 3 ball from the left wing. Won't go down this time for Madison Hayes. Rebound to the Gamecocks. Trailing 10-7 here. Work it down low to Camilla. Camilla spins, shoots, banks it in for 2, and the Gamecocks within 1 at 10-9. Second bucket for Camilla. Here comes Sanaya Rivers the other way. Slips through a couple defenders and gets a layup. Oh, she made the Gamecock defense look bad on that play. And the lead back up to 3 at 12-9. 4:25 to play here in the first quarter. Feed it down low to Camilla. Her defender had fallen down but recovers. Get it out to Pow Pow. Inside to Ashlyn Watkins. She'll float it up high. No good. Rebound to Watkins. Kick it back out to Breezy up top. Gamecocks still down 3 with 4:10 to play here in the opening quarter. Raven dribbling left. Feeds it left corner to Breezy. She wants 3. In and out, no good. Went halfway down and popped out, and there were no white jerseys underneath trying to rebound that. Not sure why. Here's another 3 for Isaiah James. Back rimmed it, no good. Rebound Watkins, and the Gamecocks have it. Trailing by 3 with 3:50 to play here in the opening quarter. Raven across the timeline. Dribbling left. Man-to-man defense for NC State. To Watkins at the foul line. Driving into the lane with the left hand. Puts it up off the glass. No good. How did that not go down? Rebound to NC State. Gamecocks not getting many second chances with offensive boards. They kick it out right side or left side to Rivers. Fumbles but recovers. Gamecocks down 3 with 3:23 to play in the opening quarter. Gamecocks not shooting it well at all. 4 out of 11 overall. 1 for 4 from distance. Rivers steps back. Passes it right side to Mimi Collins. 9 on the shot clock now. Ball knocked loose by Raven Johnson. It goes out of bounds. Will be Carolina ball when we come back. 3:11 to play in the first quarter. South Carolina trailing NC State 12-9. We've got a timeout on the floor. We'll step aside as well. South Carolina postseason basketball is presented by Optus Bank, and you're listening to Carolina basketball from Learfield. Hey, choose Healthy Blue for your Medicaid plan and get no or low-cost checkups, prescriptions, vision care, and more. Visit healthybluesc.com. 3:11 to play in the first quarter here at the Final Four. South Carolina trailing NC State 12-9. Gamecocks not shooting it well. Just 4 out of 11 from the floor. 1 out of 4 from three-point range. For NC State, they are 5 out of 10 from the floor. 2 out of 4 from three-point range. Rebounds are even at 6 apiece, but the Gamecocks struggling to get offensive boards. See if they can do a little better job here. Camila Cardoso with 4 points to lead South Carolina. Gamecocks with just 2 offensive rebounds to this point. There's been times when there's been no white jerseys underneath. Got to find a way to get some second chances. Not shooting it well here to start. Isaiah James has hit a couple of three-pointers for NC State to lead them. We knew that coming in. She's 2 out of 3 from distance. And we told you, shooting 57% from three-point range in the 4 NCAA tournament games. Averaging better than 24 points a game in the tournament. See if the Gamecocks can settle in. First timeout, media timeout, and the Gamecocks, nobody in foul trouble. Tina Powell picked up 1 foul. Isaiah James has 1 foul for NC State. Let's see if the Gamecocks can settle in and get some consistency on offense here. Gamecocks in the home whites, NC State in the road reds. Gamecocks will break their huddle with Sanaya Fagan checking in for the first time, the junior from Ellenwood, Georgia, along with Mylasia Fulwiley, the freshman from Columbia, earning second team All-SEC honors, or SEC All-Freshman team honors, I should say. Johnson, Ashlyn Watkins, and Tessa Johnson also checking in for the first time, the freshman from Albertville, Minnesota. So a younger lineup out there with the 2 freshmen out there. Carolina ball moving right to left, trailing by 3 here. Fagan on the right elbow, puts it on the floor a couple of times, hands it off to Raven up top. Raven around a screen to her left, needs help, gets it up top to Fagan. She'll take a 17-foot jumper, missed it. Ashlyn Watkins takes the rebound away and lays it up and in. Just ripped it out of one of the Wolfpack's hands. And she's got her first points. The Gamecocks within 1 at 12-11. Needed that. 2:42 to play in the opening quarter. NC State with the basketball. Up top with it. Work it. Top of the circle to Madison Hayes. Now right side, here's Sanaya Rivers, the former Gamecock, working against Raven Johnson. Fulwiley with the steal. Mylasia Fulwiley with the steal, trying to drive across the baseline, missed the runner, and a rebound to NC State. Goodness, it was... Here's Rivers, has her shot blocked from behind Watkins, and Watkins trying to fire up her team with the good block. Watkins second in the SEC in blocks per game. That was her 89th of this season. It's a shame the Gamecocks couldn't convert the layup on the other end. May have been Fagan, actually, who got the block. Fagan and Watkins were both there. NC State with the basketball. They'll bring it in baseline left side. Their lead is 1. They feed it inside. Now we'll try to tie it up. Ripped away by Mylasia Fulwiley. Creates the tie-up. Held ball called. Possession will go to the Gamecocks. Great play by the freshman there after missing the layup on the other end. So it'll be South Carolina ball now. Trailing 12-11 with 2:15 to play in the opening quarter. Across the timeline, Raven Johnson dribbling left. Guarded closely by Zoe Brooks. Passes left to Tessa Johnson. Tessa feeds it inside to Watkins. Back up top, Raven. Reversal right side. Now down low, Fagan on the low block. Fagan trying to back her way in. Spins to her left, back to her right, back to her left again, and gets it to roll in. And the Gamecocks reclaim the lead, 13-12. First points for Sanaya Fagan. Needed that. That gets the crowd into it. That are wearing it in black. 1:56 to play in the first quarter. Here come the Wolfpack. They work it over on the far side to the near side to Zoe Brooks on the right wing for 3. No good. And nobody got the rebound. Follows her shot. Puts up a shot from the left side. It goes up and in. Zoe Brooks comes off the bench. She got her first points. And the Gamecocks trail by 1, 14-13. Nobody in white moved to get that rebound for the Gamecocks. Working out right side, Tessa Johnson. In the corner, far side, Fulwiley. Low to Fagan with 15 to shoot it. Trying to back in and throws it away. Through it, Westmore. Even Johnson had vacated the spot she was trying to get it to. The turnover gave back to the Wolfpack. Cox just not sure here. Didn't do a good job that last defensive position of boxing out the shooter. And she got her own miss and ended up getting the bucket from the other side. Here's Brooks up top, bounce pass, backdoor cut to Rivers, or rather James, and she gets the layup, and it's a 3-point lead at 16-13, and Isaiah James had something to say to one of the Gamecocks there, a little taunting going on. Under a minute to play in the quarter, Gamecocks down 3 here. Here's Raven Johnson dribbling right, up top to Tessa Johnson, to Watkins into lane, spins, shoots, doesn't score, left it short again. Rebound to NC State. Wolfpack with the basketball on a 3-point lead, 35 seconds to play in the quarter. Here's Sanaya Rivers, steps back into a 15-footer right side, no good. Watkins skies for the rebound, and the Gamecocks have it. Outlet to Raven Johnson. Raven to Fulwiley left wing. She wants 3. Bang! Got it. 3-pointer from Mylasia Fulwiley, and we're tied at 16. Big 3-pointer there for the freshman, her 46th of the year, and the Gamecocks have tied it with less than a minute to play in the opening quarter. Wolfpack will work for the final shot to try to take the lead at the end of the quarter. Up top of it, Zoe Brooks driving the lane right side, kicking out to Rivers. Wide open look for three, no good. Rebound Ashlyn Watkins, and that'll end the quarter. 10 minutes in the books. South Carolina and NC State all tied at 16 here in the Final Four. Hey, Gamecock family, you're ready to break free from hidden fees and personal service? Optus Bank is here for you. They're headquartered in Columbia, and Optus Bank offers competitive rates, personalized service, and convenient mobile banking. They care about you and our community. Optus Bank has been transforming opportunities into wealth since 1921, so go check them out. South Carolina postseason basketball is presented by Optus Bank. Back with the second quarter after this. You're listening to Carolina basketball from Learfield. And we welcome you back. Sorry, we keep losing our connection here. Not sure what's happening here with our internet connection, but we'll try to keep it connected here. South Carolina and NC State all tied at 16 at the end of the first quarter here in the NCAA Final Four. Gamecocks in that first quarter didn't shoot it great, but hit a big three late by Malaysia Fulwiley. Gamecocks were 7 out of 17 for 41%, 2 out of 5 from distance. For NC State, they shot it well, 7 out of 16. 2 out of 6 from three-point range. Just really a 1-point differential there in terms of the shooting percentage. They out-rebounded us 10-9. Gamecocks have spread the scoring around. Camila Cardoso with 4 points. 8 points for Isaiah James to lead NC State, who has the basketball to start the quarter here. At the top of the circle with it is Zoe Brooks. Guarded by Pow Pow in the man-to-man. Work it up top. Top of the circle again to Madison Hayes. Hands it off with 15 to shoot it. Tried to drive as James cut off in the lane. Spins to her left, shoots it, no good. Rebound Camila Cardoso, and the Gamecocks have it. Outlet to Fulwiley. A lot of contact, loses the handle, recovers. Gamecocks with the basketball, feed it inside to Camila. Camila against their big girl Baldwin. Puts it off the glass and in, and the Gamecocks reclaim the lead. 18-16. 6 points now for Camila Cardoso. Here come the Wolfpack the other way. Ball's going to be tied up. It's loose on the floor. It's still loose. Ball squirts out of there. Baldwin comes out of there with it. Gets it over to James left side for 3. Kisses off the front of the iron, no good, but the Wolfpack get another offensive rebound. Gamecocks got to do a better job on the glass. Here's Rivers up top. Gamecocks lead is 2 with a minute gone by in the second quarter. Rivers stop and go dribble. Passes into the left corner. Hayes for 3. Too strong. Rebound Cardoso, and the Gamecocks have it. Outlet to Pow Pow. Pow Pow across the timeline. Onto the left wing, up top to Watkins. Work it right side to Fulwiley, and we throw it away. We tried an entry pass to Camila Cardoso, but somehow we threw it over her head. Here's Rivers in transition, gets it up top to Baldwin. They'll settle into their half court. Gamecocks with a 2-point lead. Here's Brooks, pulls up from the foul line and buries the 15-footer. Zoe Brooks ties it at 18 for NC State, the freshman from Plainfield, New Jersey, their top scorer off the bench, averaging 9 points a game off the bench. All tied at 18 with 8:23 to play in the second quarter. Here's Pow Pow left wing. She'll pull up for 3, and she airballed it. Watkins tries to save it from going out of bounds, but throws it to one of the Wolfpack players. They've got a 5-on-4 the other way. Tied at 18. Gamecocks trying to match up. Watkins able to get down there. James driving, has the ball stripped out of her hands. It's 2-on-2 the other way. Fulwiley throws it away. Somehow she lost the dribble and tried to two-hand push pass, and it's another turnover for the Gamecocks. Here's James left side, spins away from one defender, pulls up for 3, no good. Watkins with a great box out to get the rebound, and the Gamecocks have it. Still tied at 18 with 7:45 to play in the second quarter. Dump it down low to Camila. Working against the big girl Baldwin. Puts it up, no good, but she's fouled and will go to the line. Couldn't get the and one, but they're going to get the foul on the Wolfpack. That's just the second foul on NC State here tonight. We'll get Breezy Hall back in, along with Chloe Kitts. Watkins and Fulwiley come out. Fulwiley has had a little bit of jitters today. Missed a layup and then had a turnover a moment ago and what looked like was going to be a fast break opportunity. Foul was on Zoe Brooks, her first for NC State. First foul of the second quarter as Cardoso toes the line. First free throw is good, and that gives the Gamecocks the lead for the moment, 19-18. 7:41 to play in the second quarter. Second free throw also good. 2-point lead for the Gamecocks. 8 points for Camila. Here comes Brooks across the timeline for NC State. Gamecocks match up man-to-man. To Rivers left side. Rivers guarded by Tessa Johnson. Tough matchup there. Shot clock halfway down. Signaling the play now as Rivers finally passes right to Brooks. Shot clock under 10. Comes off a screen to her left. Feed it underneath to Baldwin. Baldwin working in on Chloe Kitts. Shot no good. Gets her own rebound, however, under the basket. Follow-up shot no good. May have been blocked by Cardoso, and the Gamecocks get the rebound. Gamecocks have it, leading by 2. 3 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Feed it down low to Camila. Beats her man and lays it in for 2. 10 points now for Camila in the first half, and the Gamecocks lead 22-18. She somehow broke free of River Baldwin, and the Gamecocks got an uncontested layup there. 4-point lead. Largest lead was 5. Left side it comes to Rivers. Rivers trying to drive against Tessa Johnson. Dribbles down to the corner. Baseline jumper no good. Another rebound for Camila, and the Gamecocks have it. Outlet to Pow Pow. Pow Pow across the timeline. Will work it left side to Breezy. Breezy on the dribble drive left side. Feeds it inside to Camila. Camila beats her man and lays it in for 2 more. And the Gamecocks lead 24-18, their largest lead to this point. Camila Cardoso has scored the last 6 points for the Gamecocks. And the Gamecocks have the lead at 24-18. Here come the Wolfpack the other way. Left side with it is Mimi Collins. Collins cut off by Kitts. Up top to Baldwin with 10 to shoot it. Trying to drive on Camila. Put the shot up and in over the outstretched arms of Camila Cardoso. And that'll snap that 6-0 run and make it 24-20. The lead is cut to 4 for South Carolina. Work it right side to Tessa Johnson. 5:50 to play. We go underneath to Camila. Camila gets a layup on the other side, and it's 26-20. 8 straight points for Camila Cardoso. Back to a 6-point lead for the Gamecocks. Camilla with 14 points here in the first half to go along with 5 rebounds. Pull-up jumper left of the lane is good by Zoe Brooks. She's been good off the bench for them all year. She makes it a 4-point game as, again, we trade baskets. It's 26-22 with 5.5 minutes to play in the second quarter. Here's Pow dribbling right, guarded by Brooks in the man-to-man. Beat it up top to Camilla and forced that entry pass, and we threw it away. And fortunately, the Wolfpack knocked it out of bounds. It'll be Carolina ball. Gamecocks getting a little careless with some of their passing here. 7 turnovers by, that's by NC State. Gamecocks with 8 turnovers here in the first half. Camilla will come out. Ashlyn Watkins will go back in. Camilla gets a well-deserved break, but let's not keep her out too long. 14 points for Camilla here in the first half. NC State with the basketball. Or rather, the Gamecocks with the basketball. Right side, Tessa Johnson drives into the lane, threw a double team and threw it away. They're going to get her for an offensive foul. That one was more legit than the other flop they called earlier as Baldwin draws the charge. And Baldwin at 6'5" does an excellent job of drawing charges. Leads the team in that category. 5:10 to play in the first half. South Carolina leads NC State 26-22. Wolfpack with the basketball, moving left to right. Brooks will bring it across. Hand it off to Rivers, top of the circle. Rivers bounce pass in the lane to Baldwin all by herself, and she lays it up and in. Somehow Ashlyn Watkins couldn't keep up with her around the screen and gave her an uncontested layup. The lead down to 2 midway through the second quarter at 26-24. Near side it comes to Breezy. Breezy on the left wing. Stop and go dribble, and she just handed the ball to Isaiah James. James coming the other way, and they're going to get Breezy for a foul before the shot. And Breezy got a little too tricky with the dribble there and ended up handing the ball right to James. So it'll be NC State basketball with it when we come back with a chance to tie or take the lead. Timeout on the floor, and we'll step aside as well. Hey, Gamecock family, don't forget, if you're ready to break free from hidden fees and impersonal service, Optus Bank is here for you. They're headquartered in Columbia, and they offer competitive rates, personalized service, and convenient mobile banking. They care about you and our community. Optus Bank has been transforming opportunities into wealth since 1921, so come see them soon. Be back in just a moment. You're listening to Carolina Basketball from Learfield. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Well, that's a bold question, but it's got that irresistible taste to back it up. It's too bad you can't taste with your ears, because this Coke Zero Sugar is really amazing. You'll have to take a taste for yourself. Coke Zero Sugar, best Coke ever? 4:42 to play in the second quarter here at the NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four in Cleveland, Ohio. South Carolina leading NC State 26-24. Back and forth we go in this one. Gamecocks built a 6-point lead, but then the Wolfpack able to get back in it thanks to their inside game as well. Camila Cardoso leading all scorers, has 14 points to lead the Gamecocks. She's the only one with multiple buckets for NC State. Isaiah James with 8 points. River Baldwin, their big post player, has 6, and she's starting to heat up as of late as well. We'll see if the Gamecocks can find a way to slow her down a little bit. The winners on to the national championship game on Sunday at 3 o'clock to take on the winner of the late game tonight between Iowa and UConn. Gamecocks and Wolfpack meeting for the 33rd time, with NC State leading the series 20-12. Gamecocks won the last meeting in Raleigh 3 years ago. Gamecocks in their home whites, NC State in their road red. Packed house here in Cleveland. On the floor for the Gamecocks, Camila Cardoso back in, along with Tahina Paopao, Raven Johnson, Ashlyn Watkins, and who's the fifth? I think Tessa Johnson, the freshman, will still be in there. It'll be NC State basketball as play resumes. Gamecocks, too many turnovers in this first half. 10 turnovers in the first half for the Gamecocks, who average only 13 a game. And a lot of them have been unforced, and that's what's unfortunate. Up top to Zoe Brooks. Feed it inside, ball knocked free, but the Wolfpack recover. Brooks drives in the lane, feeds it at the free throw line to Baldwin. Her 15-foot jumper bounces out, no good. Went halfway down and popped out. Gamecocks have it, leading by just 2 at 26-24. Here's Raven on the right wing, hands it back to Paopao. Paopao puts it on the floor once. Back to Camilla at the free throw line. She'll take the 15-footer, missed it. And a rebound to Mimi Collins of NC State. Camilla had an open look from 15 feet, basically a free throw, couldn't knock it down. Here's Brooks, free throw line jumper the other side, won't go down. Raven Johnson gets the rebound after two of her teammates just watched the ball hit the floor. We go underneath to Camilla, wide open in transition. Camilla will lay it up and in for 2 more, and it's 28-24. Camilla with 16 points, and that was the easiest one of the night, as somehow she beat everyone down the floor and was wide open for a layup. The big girl running the floor. 3:45 to play in the second quarter. It's a 4-point lead for the Gamecocks here. Here's Brooks up top. She's played very well off the bench for the Wolfpack. To James, driving in the lane against Raven. Kicking out to Baldwin, left baseline. Her jumper's up, no good. Rebound to Raven, and the Gamecocks have it. Raven across the timeline. 4-point lead with 3.5 minutes to play in the second quarter. Feed it to Camilla left side. Inside to Ashlyn Watkins. Spin, shoots, missed badly on the hook shot. Goodness, that barely kissed the underside of the rim. She has not been getting any elevation on her shots today. Missed opportunity there. Here comes the Wolfpack. Still a 4-point lead for South Carolina. Wolfpack with the basketball up top. Isaiah James, guarded by Raven Johnson. 13 on the shot clock. Puts it on the floor against Raven. Steps back behind the arc with a shot clock at 10. Feeds it inside. Shot blocked by Watkins, but off the hands of Zoe Brooks. Gamecocks get the rebound. Get it across the timeline. Paopao. Work it around the perimeter left side to Tessa, who was open for a moment, couldn't get her a look at 3. Tessa left side, puts it on the floor, pulls up from 15 feet, got it. Tessa Johnson off the dribble, and the Gamecocks match their largest lead of 6 at 30-24 as Tessa Johnson gets her first bucket. Here come the Wolfpack the other way, 2.5 minutes to play in the first half. Wolfpack work it left side, ball knocked free by Watkins, but the Wolfpack recovers. She's been aggressive. Here come the Wolfpack. Up top, Mimi Collins. Off-balance shot, no good, but she's going to get a foul. And that's going to go against Ashlyn Watkins. Watkins collects her first, and that'll send the Wolfpack to the free throw line. As we'll get Sanaya Fagan back into the contest. The junior from Ellenwood, Georgia, will pick up Watkins, who didn't like the call. Ashlyn's got 8 rebounds today, but struggling on the offensive end, just 1 for 5. And the Wolfpack will be at the free throw line for the first time tonight. It'll be Mimi Collins, a good free throw shooter at 78%, but she misses the first one. Collins started her career at Maryland, then Tennessee, and now at NC State. Former McDonald's High School All-American in her second year in Raleigh. Hits 1 out of 2 free throws here, and the lead is trimmed 30-25 with 2:22 to play in the second quarter. Sanaya Rivers back in for the Wolfpack, the former Gamecock. Carolina ball moving right to left. Raven Johnson will bring it up. Gets it across the Final Four logo. NC State in a man-to-man. Raven dribbling to her right, guarded by Brooks. Feed it down low to Camilla on the baseline, trying to work her way in. Knifing with the right hand, puts it up, no good. Fell to the floor. Rebound to River Baldwin. So missed opportunity there. Oh, goodness. And now Camilla is limping badly. Can't get down the floor. Here's Rivers the other way. Misses the layup, and the Gamecocks have it. But Camilla Cardoso can barely walk. Here's Raven Johnson driving into the lane. Hands it off to Paopao. She wants 3. Missed it short. And the Gamecocks can't get the rebound. They can't get a dead ball either. Camilla can barely walk. Driving into the lane is James. Shot up, no good, but Camilla's going to be whistled for a foul. Her first, and she's going to have to come out. Goodness. Camila Cardoso, who has 16 points tonight, is limping badly. And she's going to have to come out, and Ashlyn Watkins will come in for her, and they're going to take her straight back to the locker room. Goodness. Gamecocks could not afford an injury at this juncture, especially to their hottest player. Breezy Hall will check in for Tahina Paopao. So big loss there as they'll attend to Camila Cardoso, who's got 16 first-half points. Wolfpack at the line again. 1:39 to play in the half. Gamecocks lead is 5. And the first free throw is good by Isaiah James, who's a 78% foul shooter. She'll get another crack at it. Second free throw also good. Hits both of them, and the Gamecocks 6-point lead is down to 3 at 30-27. 1:35 and counting in the first half. Here's Tessa Johnson left side. Working around right side to Breezy Hall. Breezy picks up the dribble, needs help. Passes right to Watkins. Whistle away from the ball, and a foul on NC State. Going to put that on Mimi Collins. Mixing it up with Ashlyn Watkins. Just the second team foul, her first foul. Non-shooting, so it'll be Carolina ball. Bring it in baseline right side. Fagan gets it to Watkins in the far corner. Back up top to Raven with a dangerous floated pass. Too many turnovers in this first half for South Carolina. Here's Raven trying to drive. Feeds it inside to Fagan. Fagan trying to create in the paint. Spins, shoots, doesn't score. Rebound to NC State. We go for the steal in the backcourt. Can't get it. Here come the Wolfpack in transition. Brooks across the timeline. Stop and go. Kicks it out to Collins for 3. Got it. And we're tied at 30. Mimi Collins with a wide open 3, her 37th of the year. And we're tied at 30 here. The Gamecocks again losing a 3-point shooter in transition. And it comes back to Burnham. Under a minute to play in the half. We're tied at 30 here. Feed it left side to Raven. Raven 3 ball from the corner. Too strong. And the Gamecocks get the rebound. Watkins tipped it out to Breezy. 40 seconds to play here in the first half. Here's Breezy left side to Raven. Raven down low to Watkins. Watkins working the baseline. Feed it out to Breezy, right corner for 3. In and out, no good. Fight for the rebound. It goes out of bounds off the Wolfpack. It'll be Carolina ball with 27 seconds to play in the half. Gamecocks have gone cold here. Just 2 of 9 from three-point range. Carolina ball, Raven to trigger it in. Gets it up top to Tessa. 18 on the shot clock. Tied at 30 here. Here's Raven right side. Feeds it down low to Fagan. Fagan knifing her way in. Spins to her left and lays it up and in. Sanaya Fagan puts the Gamecocks back on top, 32-30. 13 seconds to play in the first half. The Wolfpack can work for the final shot of the half. Here's Rivers up top. Feeds it inside. Collins gets by her man on a foul as Watkins tried to tie it up. Little up fake there, and they're going to put the foul on Sanaya Fagan, they say, which is actually a break for the Gamecocks. And that'll send the Wolfpack to the line with 2.6 seconds to play to try to tie it up here. Collins at the line. Missed the first one. Collins a 78% free throw shooter, but 1 out of 3 here tonight. 2.6 seconds to play in the first half. Collins, Louisiana native, hits 1 out of 2, and the lead is trimmed to 1 at 32-31 with 2.6 seconds to play. Gamecocks will try to inbound and get a long shot off. Watkins gets it into Raven. Raven, three-quarter court shot, good if it goes, hits off the front of the rim. Wow. Well, there you go. 20 minutes in the books here at the NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four, and we've got a good one. South Carolina leading NC State as the two teams head to the locker room, 32-31. And keep an eye for South Carolina as their top scorer, Camila Cardoso, who has 16 points in the first half, had to go to the locker room for what appeared to be a leg injury, limping badly just a few moments ago, and you hate to see that. And we'll pass along any news as it becomes available to us. But 20 minutes in the books, 20 minutes to decide who is on to the national championship game. South Carolina leads NC State at the break 32-31. Hey, Gamecock family, don't forget, if you're ready to break free from hidden fees and impersonal service, Optus Bank is here for you. They're headquartered in Columbia, and they offer competitive rates, personalized service, and convenient mobile banking. They care about you and our community. Optus Bank has been transforming opportunities into wealth since 1921, so go see them soon. South Carolina postseason basketball is presented by Optus Bank. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to Carolina Basketball from Learfield. And we welcome you back to Cleveland, Ohio. We're at halftime. The NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four, South Carolina and NC State. Gamecocks leading 32-31 here at the intermission. It's been back and forth the entire first half. I'm still hoping we can catch some news, see what's going on with Camila Cardoso. The Gamecocks center went to the locker room limping late in the second quarter, and she'd been dominant in that first half, scored half of South Carolina's 32 points in that first half, and don't know if we'll get her back. We'll hope we can find something, but she was limping badly as she went to the locker room, and that's not what you want to see at any time in the season, but certainly not here in the Final Four. We'll get you updated on some other Gamecock sports while we have a moment. South Carolina men's tennis, or rather women's tennis, a winner over Kentucky 4-0 today. Men's tennis trailing Kentucky 4-1. Over at Founders Park, Gamecock baseball not off to a good start in their series against Mississippi State, as they trail on that one. See if we can get an update on that real quick. The computers have frozen up here. Gamecock baseball trailing, against Texas A&M in the top of the third inning, 4-1. Gamecock softball playing Mississippi State today in game one of that three-game series. Mississippi State leading that one 4-0 in the sixth inning. So both of the diamond teams for the Gamecocks trying to rally here. Softball trailing 4-0, make it 5-0 now in the sixth. Baseball trailing 4-1 in the top of the third. We'll keep you updated on that as we get as the scores become available. But here, halftime, South Carolina leading NC State at the break 32-31. We'll take a timeout, come back with some first half highlights in just a moment. You're listening to Carolina basketball from Learfield. This broadcast of the NCAA Division I Women's Basketball Championship is authorized under broadcast rights granted by the NCAA through Westwood One. It's intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the NCAA and Westwood One is strictly prohibited. Halftime here in Cleveland, South Carolina leading NC State 32-31. Entertaining first half. Back and forth. Gamecocks have some things they need to clean up. We'll talk about that in just a few moments when we look at the first half stats. But let's run through the first half for you. Gamecocks got off to a good start. Buckets by Tahina Paopao and then a three-pointer by Raven Johnson got the Gamecocks off to a 5-0 lead. But the Wolfpack would battle back, get a couple of buckets to make it 5-4, and then completed a 7-0 run on a three-pointer from Isaiah James to take their first lead at 7-5. Gamecocks would tie it on a bucket by Camila Cardoso moments later. The teams would trade baskets most of that first quarter. Gamecocks were trailing 12-11 midway through the first quarter, or late in the first quarter, I should say, and then Sanaya Fagan came off the bench and provided some offense. Reversal right side, now down low, Fagan on the low block. Fagan trying to back her way in, spins to her left, back to her right, back to her left again, and gets it to roll in. And the Gamecocks reclaim the lead, 13-12. The Wolfpack would come back, get a couple of buckets, and take a 16-13 lead for a 3-point lead late in the first quarter. But then Malaysia Fulwiley came off the bench and dialed long distance. Outlet to Raven Johnson. Raven to Fulwiley left wing. She wants three. Bang! Got it. Three-pointer from Malaysia Fulwiley, and we're tied at 16. Tied at 16, and that's how they would go into the start of the second quarter. Camila Cardoso would have a big second quarter, as at one point she scored 8 points in a row for the Gamecocks. Carolina was leading 22-18 with about 6:20 to play in the second quarter when Camila went back to work. Across the timeline, we'll work it left side to Breezy. Breezy on the dribble drive left side. Feeds it inside to Camila. Camila beats her man and lays it in for 2 more. And the Gamecocks lead 24-18, their largest lead to this point. The Wolfpack would come back, of course, and cut the lead down to 2.